Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a special edition of Disclosure tonight, where we're going to be covering the live UFO hearing from Washington, D.C., where there are going to be four great people testifying: Dr. Tim Gallaudet, Luis Elizondo, Michael Gold, and Michael Schellenberger. While the hearing will be starting up in about 24 minutes, we're going to be having some great conversation here. I'd like to go ahead, first of all, and welcome in our chat for the people who are out there watching this broadcast today live on YouTube. Let me bring up a list and find out everybody who's there. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's a little early. Adderall is nice and strong. Coffee is right here with me, so let's have a good time. Let me go ahead and pull up the drums and welcome in our audience. Let's find out who the heck we have out there. Participants, we have all the way from United Kingdom, Andy W. We have Anthony Mack After Death, Brian Morgan, Brian Pemble. Elmer Whitaker is here. Andrew Donnelly just popped up all the way from Ireland. We also have Eric Routh and the Gurus. Jan's here. J-Cat. Kelly Broughton with piercing blue eyes. Good morning, Kelly. Your eyes are still blue in the morning. How about that? King Bull's here. Mr. Catfish 2100. Yerpity yerp yerp. Neil Morgan's around along with Sonny. I'm not going to try that first name. It's too early in the morning for me. On that note, let's go ahead and welcome our back panel that we have in today. Let's take a look and see who we have in the back. Wait, they say they have no camera in the back? Oh, here we go. Thank you, Shelley, for reminding me on that one. Let's take a look on who we have in the back, and if it's not set up right, well, we'll get that adjusted really quick. Oh, let's take a look. And Mike, Disclosure, good morning, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Looking forward to the live coverage of this UAP public hearing with the witnesses that are planned to come forward. It's going to be fun, I think, for everybody.
Oh, I think it's going to be a hoot and a half, if you ask me, my friend.
Well, we'll cover it live.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be plenty of commentary, I'm sure.
Oh, there will be plenty of commentary along the way. While we usually will go ahead and play the hearing through uninterrupted. No, we're going to do Disclosure tonight. We're going to pause here and there where we need to go ahead and make some comments and be able to engage with our audience instead of sitting there silently like you can do on so many other places. So let me go ahead, get rid of bookmarks. Yeah, I just had seen screens popping up this morning. Yeah, there's coverage. A lot of people down in D.C. at this point. Let me get this up. We got a story that came in live just recently, a couple minutes ago from News Nation while we're getting stuff together. Before we get there, I want to welcome our other panelists in the back today. We have Andy W. from the United Kingdom. Good morning, Andy.
Good afternoon. Yes, well, it's afternoon. I'm sat here with a cup of tea waiting for the hearing.
Excellent, my friend.
The sun's starting to go down, but we got daylight for a change. And I'm in another part of my world as well.
Oh, that's right. You don't have that wall behind you, and you've got natural daylight.
Yes, I have. I'm in the conservatory because we've got children. I'll be doing a mic with the children's noises otherwise.
There you go, my friend. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. We also have the Chromosome Cowboy. Welcome, Chromosome.
Good morning, America. And good afternoon, Andy, my fellow Brit.
Oh, God, it is Good Morning, America. Wrong show, but welcome, my friend. Thanks for coming in. Also, FreezerMan71. Welcome, my friend.
Hello. Good morning, Thomas.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Looking forward to this.
Great to have members of the community join us on the show. Thanks for coming in. Next, we have someone we haven't seen in a bit, Mr. Hollywood Harold. Harold, how the hell are you?
I'm doing good, Thomas. I got to bed early last night, so I make sure I get up in time today to watch this.
Yeah.
So I'm a night owl. Owl.
You're still waking up too, huh?
Yeah, that's it exactly.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for coming in. Also, next, coming to us from the upper Midwest, let's welcome in Laura Campbell. How's it going, Laura?
It's going great. Must be excited because the first thing I thought of when I woke up this morning was, it's the hearing.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to it today. And it's like, oh, well, I get to get up early today. Well, not really, but I'm usually up at 5 o'clock on Wednesdays. So actually Tuesdays. No, it is Wednesday. Yeah, it's too early for me. Thanks for coming. Hey, any remote viewing insights popped up in the last day about the hearing?
No, actually today I'm going to book about an hour of remote viewing. So I have a list of things. Some of them are related to it.
Nice. Can't wait to hear the results on that. Next, coming in, we've got Ms. Cussout. How's it going, Ms. Cussout?
It's going great. Looking forward to this hearing. See if we learn anything new.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
Wow,
not
yeah.
holding my breath, but I'm
Yeah.
a skeptic when it
Well.
comes to disclosure. I don't think they're going to tell us anything.
Yeah, you are part of a star-studded panel. You know, we actually have 5 ladies in the back today. Wow. Wes Decker would be jealous. He always wanted to get the ladies in the back, but we've got them now. Who else do we have in the back? Let's take a look. All the way from Australia, let's welcome in None of Your Business, also known as Susan Ford. How's it going, Susan? Or hello, Susan.
Good morning, crew. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here. I'm here.
You're here.
I actually haven't been to bed yet. I couldn't trust myself to wake up.
You're here versus I'm free.
Yeah, I'm free.
Thank you for coming in, Susan. Next, we've got Shelley Montgomery. Good morning, Shelley.
Good morning, Thomas. Thanks for doing this today. This ought to be interesting.
It should be fun. Should be fun. Thank you for coming in. And then last but not least, saving the best for last, let's welcome Tia Loreno. How's it going, Tia?
Good morning, Thomas. I'm excited. I think that we're going to get some new good information. I don't think that they're going to, give us the address of these beings and their vehicles, but I think they're going to tell us something.
Yeah.
Something's
so.
better than nothing.
We all, I think the magic's going to come from the questions, not just from the actual. What am I trying to say? The actual statements that we went through on our last show on Monday, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like.
I'm really looking forward to the questions that are going to be asked of Tim.
Yes, absolutely. If I could jump back in here, Mike, we've got our first video clip coming in hot off the presses from News Nation, believe it or not.
Excellent. It's a good choice.
If I can get this. Come on, X, get rid of your little people posted thing.
Oh, everyone's posting like crazy today.
Oh, I know. We'll be getting to that feed shortly. I've got to here.
And I just want to point out to Tia for what she just said. We already covered the testimony of these witnesses that are going to be speaking today. It isn't going to be about their statements. It's going to be more about the questions that are going to be asked by the lawmakers that Thomas and I are particularly interested in. And that should be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. If everyone likes to see videos, what's going on, we have a new broadcast that just came up recently from News Nation. Let me go ahead and get this and bring it up for us so we can go ahead and get this on while I work on getting everything else set up for this show. How about that? Let me that a little bit larger for us. Leo, here we go. Let's go ahead and get this started. All right, here we go. Let's play it.
Anticipated congressional hearing is set for today on a topic that's moved from the fringes to the mainstream. Unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs, better known to most of us as UFOs. You've got government officials, military experts, and even some whistleblowers who are expected to testify, including 3 who first broke their stories exclusively to us here at News Nation over the course of the last year. News Nation's Joe Khalil is in Washington with the latest ahead of today. Joe, good morning to you. What are you expecting from this hearing, and what kind of testimony are we about to get?
What we're expecting, Markey, is sort of building on the hearing that happened last year, focused on this very topic, on this UAP issue. And you're seeing more and more members of Congress consider this a serious issue that's a national security topic. Last year, we heard for the first time people who were under oath, former military officials, saying that they feel the government is aware of technology that is not of human origin. That really shook a lot of people. If you haven't heard that claim before, that is an absolutely bombshell claim to make under oath in front of Congress. And we're going to hear similar things later on today. The Pentagon still maintains they are not aware of this, that they say they have not experienced any technology they consider to be non-human. But today we've obtained parts of the opening statement for Lou Elizondo, one of the key witnesses today. He at one time was the director of the Pentagon's program called Advanced Aerospace Threat ID Program, or ATIP. It was the Pentagon's research arm that focused on UAPs or UFOs. This is what Elizondo is going to say later this morning here. Quote, "Let me be clear. UAP are real, advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government, are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries." Another witness today, Tim Gallaudet, who at one time, he's a former Rear Admiral in the Navy, at one time was acting director of NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. He's going to say in part, "We know from last year's hearing and recent statements, publications by credible whistleblowers, that UAP, non-human intelligence, represent a new realization that we're not the only advanced intelligence in the universe." Again, Marnie, these statements certainly are going to shake people, but that is what we will hear today. And again, we mentioned Congress taking this issue seriously as something that national defense needs to really be accountable for.
Yeah, we're eager to see what is shared today. Joe Khalil, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
There you go. As our first clip coming in. Mike, your thoughts as I get things ready.
Yeah, no, it's nice that News Nation is covering this. I'm not sure, as far as the other mainstream media outlets, how much coverage we're going to get this time around for the hearing. I know last year with Grush, there was mainstream media coverage to a degree. This time around, I'm not so sure that it's going to move the needle or get a lot of attention on the usual media outlets. We know that George Knapp will probably cover it on KLAS, the CBS News affiliate out in Las Vegas. And News Nation obviously is going to be covering it from Ross Coulthart. But I don't know. I'd be curious after the hearing to see if we get any attention or not. I guess it would also factor into what type of testimony and questions we're going to get from the lawmakers today. If it's going to spike interest with the public, or if it's going to be just ignored and swept under the rug. That's really what we're going to have to wait and see how this turns out after the hearing today.
Yeah, good points, Mike. That's kind of where we're stuck at this right now. It's a matter of, you know, the last time we had the hearing, if you looked at all the you want to call it, first pages of the newspapers everywhere across the United States, it didn't hit one major newspaper. That was with David Grush going and testifying, and all the hype we had coming up to the hearing. Because remember last year's hearing, we had like a week of content, if not more, maybe a couple weeks coming from News Nation, day after day, multiple times a day.
Oh yeah, that was because before that hearing, if you remember, Ross Coulthart did the exclusive interview with David Grush that got a lot of attention. We don't have that for this hearing. That's the issue.
No, we don't. Now, if we all wonder where, do we know where Ross Coulthart is these days? I believe he's out of the United States and Egypt, isn't he, Mike?
Yes, he's heading over to Egypt, doing coverage over there, which from what I understand is going to be something he's going to do pretty routinely moving forward.
From Egypt?
Yeah, he's going to be taking trips over to Egypt and covering the pyramids and UAP involvement. He also has been talking with a lot of natives that have been following and believe with their belief system that UAPs are spirits.
Right.
And he's pursuing that angle. So, yeah, he's going to go there pretty frequently. Nice. So he's not here right now. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, my friend?
It absolutely is, Thomas. Because as we know, this subject goes into things way beyond the nuts and bolts of the craft or the technology. It goes into, spiritualism, consciousness, things like that.
Yep, absolutely.
And, yeah, that's the direction that these people are going in. So, interesting.
It should be a good one. Let me go ahead and move this one up here so it's easy for me to find. We do have a clip from Luis Elizondo. It was probably early this morning. Let's see what Lou has to go ahead and share with our audience from right and early. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Lou here in Washington, D.C., the night before our testimony. I just want to say it's been a long journey for a lot of us. And tomorrow is a culmination of many years and a lot of sacrifice by a lot of people. And I just wanted to say to all of you, thank you very much. And let's let her rip. Take care and God bless.
There we go. Nice clip from Lewis. I'll just call him Lou. Late last night. Great to see that he's out there getting ready for it. Let's get back to the desk here. You've got a bunch of other clips I'll be bringing up as we're getting ready for this. And yes, I've got my coffee and it's nowhere near enough. All right, let's take a look at what else we've got. We have any other tweets. Let's go ahead and get into this. We actually have a story. Is this a recent story? It's 6 hours ago. We got a statement coming out from Israel's former space security chief that aliens exist and they're working with us. Where's this coming from? No other than, well, one of the major news stations that are clearly unaware of potentially what's going on in D.C. But let's go ahead and watch this clip anyway. Here we go. Yeah, and I got to fix this. Give me a second here. I'm just getting everything set up. Come on. I'll be doing this again because I just screwed it up for something else. How about that? I'll just play it.
Aliens exist and President Trump knows about it. That's according to Israel's former space security chief. In an interview with an Israeli newspaper, he said the aliens have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. NBC News chief global correspondent Bill Neely explains this one.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story, and it comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years. Chaim Eshed is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years, not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims, but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general says the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. Well, the good news is that he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here. There's also, he says, a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. Now, this former head of a branch of Israel's defense ministry is 87. He was very well respected, at least until now. And he said all this in an interview with an Israeli newspaper in Hebrew. Oh, hell yeah. But it's really taken off after parts of it were published in English by the Jerusalem Post today. He says he's come forward now in the hope that his news will be accepted as true. He notes that if he'd made these claims 5 years ago, he would have been hospitalized, but now he says, I've got nothing to lose. Well, so far, President Trump has not tweeted about this, though remember a year ago, he did set up the Space Force as the fifth branch of the U.S. Armed Forces.
There we go, taken along with us. As we're getting close, it looks like that the hearing has updated their video feed, and they say they will begin shortly. So looking at the clock, we're at 8:23 a.m. or 11:23 a.m. Eastern. And things are going to start getting going here relatively soon. Hopefully they'll be starting a little bit more on time than I do. Mike.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Who do you think they're going to question first out of the panel of four? Any
Maybe
guesses?
Lou. Maybe Lou?
Yeah, they should start off, I think, with Lou.
Yeah.
And lead into the rest. Yeah, Lou is the most recognized at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a little video feed here someone had and posting. This is coming from New Paradigm Institute, our friends over at Danny Sheehan's. Let me go ahead and just stir this little 20-second clip of walking down a long line of people waiting for the hearing. It's a good representation of the community is there. I saw an earlier one with some of our known personalities there. We saw Linda Leslie on one of them. Looks like this is not it, but there's a lot of people getting in line wanting to go ahead and see this. Should be a fun one, I tell you.
Yeah, I saw some comments on social media about people who were attending the hearing today.
Yes.
And there was a large amount of people that are trying to get in to see this. One of the things that they pointed out, though, that I thought was a little odd is that they said being in line so close with a lot of these people from all over and all around the country and the world, they said there was an odd smell, an odor coming from some of these people that was uncomfortable. So that might indicate people traveling a long way and not being able to freshen up.
I wonder, Mike, I have to bring this up. I have to ask the question. I wonder if that smell smells like ammonia, because that could be a sign that we have ETs in the presence.
No, I think it smelled like manure that they were complaining about.
Oh.
People who didn't.
Oh, there's Melinda.
Yes. Obviously. But yeah.
I'm not implying that Linda is the source of the smell. Not at all.
No, I don't believe she was named particularly about that particular odor, which is quite noticeable from what I've heard. But
well, hopefully
yeah.
those people in the line there hopefully will get some good care, and if they need medical care, they can go ahead and find it.
Or a bathroom. I don't know if there's any restroom facilities. I don't see any, but it might be necessary with this type of group of people that are getting together.
Yeah. And reaching out to our friend LM, we hope you've gotten your you found a mental practitioner, you've quieted down. Our wishes and hopes go out for you completely in this broadcast. We miss you, Mike. We hope you're feeling better. And no, that's not an invitation to come back. I'm sorry.
So we're going to probably start off with Lou and work our way down. Who do you think they're going to end off with? Michael Schellenberger or Michael Gold?
Schellenberger has got the blockbuster.
I think so.
He's got all the good things to say. He had the 14 pages of testimony that he wrote. A hell of a time.
Oh, yes, sir, he did. We covered it here on the show the other day. So he'll have a lot to say. I think that will mean he's probably going to be attempting to fill in the shoes of David Grush from the previous hearing.
Yeah.
So they're going to focus on that. And I'm sure they're going to have a lot of questions for him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just keeping an eye here to make sure we've got an eye of what's going on with the live stream starting. Don't want to miss the start of it, I tell you. Let me get back into the desk here as we wait for this to kick up here shortly. Let's bring up the stream. We're getting down to minutes before countdown. Let's go ahead and make sure we've got this here. Make sure I've got this set up for the best looking picture we can have here. Let me get into desktop document with us there. It's looking a little bit off.
Oh, our friend joined us in the chat. Patrick was able to make it for this hearing.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Patrick.
He actually reached out to me this morning and asked Thomas, what's the best place to go ahead and watch the hearing? And I'm like, well, why not come on, join Disclosure tonight, my friend.
Yeah, watch it here. This is the best place.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a fun one, I tell you.
Yeah.
There it is at the very top. I can up a little bit. There we go. They're actually broadcasting now. We're just waiting for them to flip the camera to the proper feed, and we'll be there. Make sure this is
probably last-minute trips to the library before they go live.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we hear the Senate, or not the Senate, the House of Representatives is a great place to do interviews. Matt Laszlo is known for doing that, isn't he? He said that before.
Oh, absolutely. Gets exclusives, I hear.
Yeah. Well, would you look at that? We have some last-minute super chats coming in some super chats coming in for the show. Thank you very much. If you're loving support of everything Disclosure tonight, who are we talking about? Let's go ahead and take a look. Who gave us some? Oh, let me get that's top chat. I need to go to freaking live chat. How could I do it beyond top chat? Live chat. There we go. Let's go.
Yeah, because the default is top chat. It does it to me too. You got to switch it back over.
I know. I always change that and get that there. Eric Brown from the Gurus. We've got a $15 Australian donation saying donation for more coffee, Thomas. I just have to go upstairs, luckily, to go ahead and actually pick it up. Tets, great show. Can't wait for this. Neither can I. 5 pounds. Ooh, that's about, the exchange rate now is like It's like $1.35 per pound American. So not bad. Thank you very much. $3.50. Thank you, United States, for having your currency drop so low. It's a great buy for our friends in the United Kingdom.
Good exchange rate for them.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what the Good Trouble show said, Thomas? Like he has a recorded thing now. I didn't see that.
No, what has he said?
I basically said that he had a recorded response to Congress. Actually, like he talks about a Gaffney person, stuff like that. He said it's pretty interesting.
Oh, our friend from the CIA who handled the cover-up?
Yes.
Yeah, with our former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe. You know, the guy who made all those different appearances on Fox News, giving us more information out about the non-human intelligence and what's going on, what our government has gotten. God, it's been almost 4 years since we've gotten good information out of the government. The last batch we got was from John Ratcliffe. He's going to head up the CIA. And now, Mike, isn't the CIA one of the biggest places that this is actually
the cover-up has been going on, for decades, Thomas. It's been, the CIA has been at the heart of this, and all of the stories that have been coming out that we covered that have to do with the Office of Global Access, which is a CIA program. It has to do with crash retrievals. CIA has been covering this up since before Roswell in 47, because as David Grush testified, the Magenta craft that was recovered from 33 out of Italy was being done and coordinated with the Vatican at the end of World War II, which was 1945, which predates Roswell in 47. So they've had their hand in this the entire time. It's going to be a big shakeup when Ratcliffe takes over, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're not happy about that.
Here really quick. One little thing. Oh.
And we got another super chat.
Oh, we did.
Loaded.
Two, actually. One from Matthew Nisano.
All right, Matthew. Lubed and loaded. Where's my Avi Lube? Oh, it's not here, but thank you very much. Appreciate that wonderful super chat, my friend. Another one coming in from Lord Sub-Zero for 23 pounds. A bunch of actually 23 euros. How about that? Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that announcer voice is coming out strong this morning, Mike. I don't know what happened.
Sounds good, Thomas.
Apparently, yes. I do have, let me drop it down. I do have a microphone voice, apparently. Remember, please like and subscribe. We appreciate it.
So, Avi M is saying that the hearing is live now. Check your connection, Thomas.
Is it? If it is, they haven't started broadcasting yet. Let me see if I can find more coverage. Okay, Avi, where? Check your canoa. This is that should be the feed. Let me double check. If so, Avi, pop in the back and give us a link. All right, now I'll go to YouTube as well. So, no, it isn't live yet. It is not live yet. Associated Press has the same feed that we currently have. 1.7 thousand people watching them right now. While Richard Dolan has got the same thing up and going. He's got a whopping 4.9 thousand people. Wow. A lot of people are really interested in this. I haven't even seen how many people are watching it here. I'm afraid to look, Mike.
306 currently.
Oh, wonderful.
And everyone needs to hit the like and subscribe button so that if they're enjoying the content and the show, we can get the word out and have more followers.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a good one. Yeah, the hearing has not started anywhere else. Trust me, we are watching for it right now. NTD has a whopping 41 people. Come on over here, folks. We'll have a fun time.
Avi said that the Hill has the live feed right now.
So the Hill has their own camera coming in. The actual feed from the House of Representatives has not started yet, but I can temporarily. Well, this is a live feed coming from the Hill specifically.
Yes.
So I can go ahead and bring it up and show you some feed from within. Well, we could say that could be Danny Sheehan's hair.
Yes. Either that or the Quaker Oats man is attending the hearing.
No, Larry's not here. I'm sorry. He's no longer on the show.
That's correct.
So, yeah, there is a feed of what's going on presently. Let's go ahead and bring this live as they're they're panning around the room to see who is there particularly right now. Not sure who that is. Got a bunch of interesting people in here again. It's the show before the show that we're coming together for here, folks. Let me make sure I've got my other feed up so when this actually starts, we can actually kick this up. And I can probably just go ahead and can I bring it down here somehow? Can I do a picture in a picture like other people are doing? Nah, let's just leave it like this. I've got it.
Yeah, this is good.
Good enough.
And thanks, Avi, for the tip. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, there's Representative Tim Burchett is there.
Is he wearing It's a Cover-Up t-shirt?
No, he's not. He's wearing his usual brown coat.
Yes, he is.
Footage on that video full. Here we go. There he is. Tim Burchett has arrived, getting ready for the hearing, along with other representatives. There is Luis Elizondo and Michael Schellenberger coming on in. There we go. There's Schellenberger. There's Elizondo. Coming in to testify. I don't want to. Yep.
Blue's hair is out of place.
A topic that.
Yeah, it could be. We're waiting. Okay, let's take a look and see on this. Let's jump forward a little bit. Lou's going to sit down. Laura, go ahead.
Just heard a report that they've opened up a secondary overflow room because there's so many people that showed up. They're waiting for that to fill up and then they will start.
Right. Nice.
I don't want to imagine what the smell in that room might be like, according to some people.
Oh, I feel sorry for those wonderful people.
Yeah. You have to deal with a lot of ordeals to get through a proceeding like this.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Well, I have to pop out. I just have to close off some extra. Got that. I'm trying to find one of my windows here from stream. What's that? Okay. Trying to find. Got that one. Close that down. Trying to find the YouTube control panel for me. It's missing. Do with it. Mike, where'd you hide the control panel from YouTube?
Not my fault.
I found it. Here we go. I found it. Here we go.
Not my fault.
I found it. Here we go. I found it. Here we go. Well, I never went in the back today. That's why. Oh, what a day. Let's go ahead and get this hearing going. It's time. It's here. It's going to be happening. Can't wait to see this.
Good morning. This joint hearing of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation and the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs will come to order. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement right now. Good morning and welcome to today's historic hearing, which I'm co-chairing with Mr. Grothman, whose subcommittee held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna, Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Garcia, for their relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs to cut through the secrecy surrounding this issue. and many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared what might be disclosed.
That's a big one.
But we stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground, come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military, in civilian government, in science, and in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them deliver today does not reflect well on influential individuals and agencies within the U.S. federal government and perhaps some of our contractors. It's never easy to present such information publicly. So I appreciate our witnesses voluntarily agreeing to being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know those facts. Taxpayers deserve to know how much has it been invested, how much has been spent. They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded budgets, the transparency of the Defense Department and the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statutorily required report from AARO intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? Why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that AARO report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials of which they are personally aware and directly experienced. And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for this information. We are all reading it in real time now, and Mr. Burchett will enter it into the record. But 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist. So with that, I would acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Garcia. I want to say, first of all, to Mr. Connolly, who cannot be here today, the ranking member on my subcommittee on cybersecurity, I want to say that I was greatly saddened to hear about the recent news of Mr. Connolly's cancer diagnosis. And I want to convey to him and to all of our colleagues, we wish our very best to you and a full and speedy recovery. And with that, I would acknowledge Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. And I want to thank the Chairwoman and the Chairman both for their continued support and really treating this this discussion and these hearings in a way that's bipartisan. I think one thing that's very important for all of us that are interested in the conversation around UAPs is that this is an area that both Republicans and Democrats, where we may disagree in a lot of other spaces, this is an area where bipartisanship is really important. And in fact, I would add it's critical that we all continue to work together in a way that moves forward with the truth and important disclosure. So we're here to have a bipartisan and serious conversation, I believe, about our national security. We should always ground these conversations in facts, evidence, and the data in front of us. I want to note that we have our witnesses here. I want to thank you all for being here, and note that also amongst you have folks that have also served us in our military. And I know that for many of you, this has been a difficult process, but I'm very grateful to have you with us today, and thank you for joining us. I also want to note that today's hearing builds on a quite, I think, also historic public hearing that we had many months ago that Mr. Grothman and others helped lead in this very same hearing room, where I believe we began a really important public conversation about UAPs. And so I want to thank him for that, and I especially want to thank Chairwoman Mace for her continued advocacy on this topic. I also want to start with some facts. We know that there are objects or phenomena observed in our airspace, as our witnesses will testify, and also possibly in our oceans. In many cases, we don't know what they are, and this is, of course, why we're discussing UAPs. Now, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, has reported hundreds of UAPs that remain, quote, uncharacterized and unattributed, and which, quote, appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities and require further analysis. This is our own AARO office. Now, we shouldn't prejudge what they might be. I'm certainly not going to. We need evidence. But what we are detecting things, and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investigating. Now, the American people have legitimate questions, and I believe it's critical that Congress should help address them. This is about the truth and science and facts. Now, transparency and faith in our institutions is vital in a good democracy. Now, I'm proud to say that this hearing will build on that important bipartisan work, and I want to thank everyone for being involved, including members of our committee. Now, in our last hearing in July, we heard testimony that a significant number of pilots of major airlines have witnessed UAPs as well, but have no real confidential way of reporting them to the government. We heard that commercial pilots who encounter UAPs may be hesitant to speak openly due to stigma or fear of retaliation. We also know that AARO has reported that, and I want to quote, that most reports still reflect a bias towards restricted military airspace, a result of reporting from military personnel and sensors present in such areas. And so the lack of ability for civilian pilots raises real safety concerns and limits our ability to understand UAPs. This is a particular piece of this conversation that I am very interested in. Now, our last hearing inspired us to introduce the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, joined by Chairman Grothman, Chairwoman Mace, and a bipartisan group of co-sponsors. I see some of our leaders from Safe Airspace for Americans Act here, and that would create a safe reporting for UAP process, which we want to continue to do. Now, members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have now taken an interest in this issue. Mainstream media, in many cases, are beginning to take more of an interest in this issue, and we should all be proud to carry that work and build confidence for the American people. I believe we can always be more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are simply about the truth and getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are. It's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can work together to cut through misinformation and look for a serious and thoughtful way to have the discussion in public. Many of us have also called for additional public hearings to discuss UAPs. This should be a topic that continues on throughout the Congress so that we can gather more information, data, and work with the relevant agencies to gather more information. Finally, just want to add that those that are here on this dais, many of us have participated also in classified briefings as well, and where we have also gained a lot of important, I think, and interesting information, at least I personally have. And so with that information, we want to continue today's hearing, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here. And with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And I'd now like to recognize Mr. Grothman for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here one more time. This is a topic I've been interested in since 8th grade. I'd like to thank Ms. Mace for working with me on this topic and for making this a joint subcommittee hearing. Last year, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs held an historic hearing to understand the potential national security risk of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. We heard from former Navy Commander David Fravor, who shared firsthand experience with a UAP he engaged while on duty in the Pacific. We learned from David Gresh, a former member of the intelligence community, who revealed the supposed existence of secret government programs hidden from congressional oversight. Additionally, former military pilot Ryan Graves informed us of the limited ways in which the military and commercial pilots can report UAP sightings. Since that last hearings, I've led several briefings with government agencies to deepen my understanding with these issues. First, the Department of Defense Inspector General's Office informed us that the Department of Defense does not have a streamlined process for service members to report UAP activity. Since then, the Joint Chiefs have implemented standards for UAP reporting across the services. The Intelligence Community Inspector General informed us that whistleblowers often fear retaliation for reporting mismanagement of highly sensitive government projects or information. Finally, AARO has expressed to the committee that, like any other federal government agency, it's faced challenges in its establishment, specifically in hiring staff to manage UAP historical records and coordinating with other federal agencies. While these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data, none of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. Despite our committee members endlessly questioning these agencies inside and outside of a SCIF. I hope our witnesses today will be able to provide evidence and content that is worthwhile to our pursuits of eliminating government waste and increasing transparency. To help alleviate some of the roadblocks, I'm supportive of measures that were included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to increase transparency and improve record-keeping measures when it comes to UAPs. But I believe there's still more work to go. I co-led the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Ranking Member Garcia, which requires the Federal Aviation Administration to develop procedures to collect UAP data from civilian aviators. I look forward to working with members of Congress to see that this legislation and other UAP legislation crosses the finish line. I'm deeply alarmed by the reporting of the massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin of these drones and their operators remains a mystery. This incident and other sightings near sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence, defense, and homeland security committees. Whether these phenomena are the result of foreign adversaries developing advanced technologies or something else entirely, we must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national defense. The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public and key congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions. Declassifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust, and it's just obvious I don't have trust. We cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic and, again, having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressman Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following Arrow, along with OVNI, released an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, Arrow revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDAA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena Records Collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of, I can't tell you. And in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us were told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics.
Oh, wow.
In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed, but is
Just so the audience knows what he's talking about is the DOD was making an active move to go ahead and get this hearing stopped and canceled to make sure it wasn't going to happen, and that's exactly what Mr. Moskowitz is talking about.
Possible.
Which could
And obviously
what
we
we
can
reported on. That's right, Thomas. Good point.
Yes, absolutely.
respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded? Right? And now we've seen this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now. These are pilots. These are military. These are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People will have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation, and the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list. Maybe a FISA warrant, so come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay, and our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-A-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients without explanation. Moreover, the commander of Fleet Forces Command and the operations officer never discussed the subject. Even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing safety of flight risks. Yet it appeared to me that no one at the flag officer level was addressing the safety risk posed by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this Oversight Committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. Two, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth and about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I've just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear, UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements: A, a watchful Congress, B, a responsive executive branch, and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose three principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them, whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon. We don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency, and this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we, as Americans, have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth, and I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent for Representatives Ogles of Tennessee and Boebert of Colorado to be waived onto the subcommittee for today's joint subcommittee hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his introductory remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a new form of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by AARO, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States. We have a right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP, NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me, that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of longstanding, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute-long, high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information. A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his requests for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes, it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization AARO has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything AARO does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows AARO to not release it. Greenwald says that the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seemed strange that they had 3 and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on the sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I am currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I am speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response. Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma, and this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility. If you were to take a walk down the National Mall, you would immediately see the NASA logo on t-shirts, hats, and bumper stickers. Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management t-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role. Specifically, NASA could, with relatively little cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP Independent Study Team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the independent study team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive manner. Over 47 years, the ASRS has collected nearly 2 million reports. ASRS is the perfect tool to collect UAP data, which could then be collated by NASA and shared with the public at large. Leveraging ASRS could create a treasure trove of UAP data, potentially hundreds of thousands of reports, supporting this hearing's goal of exposing the truth. And I'm grateful to our two co-chairs and other members who have already incorporated this idea into proposed legislation. At this hearing, and as others have demonstrated, the UAP issue is justifiably dominated by national security and defense. However, I would urge the subcommittees to keep in mind the numerous ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial activities in the air, in space, and in the water, can generate a massive amount of invaluable data on anomalous phenomena. I cannot help but be excited by the potential for such an endeavor, since scientific discovery is driven by anomalies. It's the existence and study of anomalies that led to the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and nearly all of humanity's scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of UAPs should be embraced, since whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions, and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it.
Look at the data you have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions, and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask, if it's yes or no, to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct, because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the Admiral this morning first, former DOD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I can do it in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts used, they called it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Elizondo, you state in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective,
are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
It may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss it.
Okay. Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the DOPSR process, which took a year for it to be reviewed. And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse, okay, we already answered that question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address that in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs, placed on leave, and receiving government compensation for their injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How can the government deny we have recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
It's a crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and the logic. Okay, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and do you, for your story and your report, do you have more than one credible source?
I do.
Sourcing, okay.
I do.
And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources, and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials. I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
Would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
These are, I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. What's the key takeaway, just a few seconds, about the Immaculate Constellation document you provided us today?
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos that we've been given. There's very clear
high
images,
res,
high resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. I have 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA independent study team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think produced a lot of interest data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. And in science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate, or the Earth rotates around the sun, or the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult where, again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries. I was privileged to be a part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, did I have that correct?
Sir.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in a SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you know, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on what because already I'd been speaking publicly about the topic, and so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the topic.
When you
of crash
give
retrievals.
me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself?
I'm in a SCIF with a security officer, sir.
Just one-on-one? Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a SCIF within a Department of Defense facility.
Give me your background real quick.
My background is I went to school to study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence, I became a counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counternarcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right. So you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
Well, sir, I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just say facts.
So when you're in this room, I want to paint the picture for everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself, you're in a SCIF, you're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk to.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I needed, sir.
And what if you didn't sign it?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It wasn't an option, but they probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself is pretty explicit about you have to be. Wait, you're putting me in an interest. Let me try to thread the needle here. There are certain documents that we have in the U.S. government that allow people to have access to certain programs, whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or a controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question. Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, a littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California. I don't remember the exact date. It was within the last decade. And what the watchstanders on the bridge observed was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces. So it was something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface, and so thus exhibiting transmedium travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes of questioning.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. Are you familiar with the incident, the TikTok incident?
Yes, sir.
That's almost 20 years ago. ago, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? And in your expertise, what reason would the Department of Defense possibly have for not releasing information that's over 20 years old?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information and important data, especially of national security concern, from Congress.
What would they say?
I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Okay. In your written testimony, you claim last year's UAP hearing before this Oversight Committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, well, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and what I thought would be a 90-minute meeting just to meet with leadership turned out to be an hours-long influence operation on me, where they attempted to convince me of the validity of the very flawed and error-ridden historical records report. In addition, they tried to have me question very valid UAP reports like the Tic Tac incident, and even coming to stating possibly that the Tic Tac was American technology. And then, of course, if you ask David Fravor or Alex Dietrich, the two witnesses, they were convinced it was otherwise. And then, and they also cast discredit on various UAP whistleblowers and witnesses to question their validity and credibility as witnesses.
Okay. We'll go to Mr. Elizondo. Hope I got that right, or not at least
Close
not
enough,
that
sir.
right. You're familiar with the recent drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress an answer. Given your experience with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, how frequently are UAP sightings over military installations? And secondly, I suppose hypothetically you could have incursions over just, say, regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information's been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades. And there's information that will hopefully be entered into the record.
Can you think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, we'll switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news publication that you own called Public, right? Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. Can you give us what specific evidence you have or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report, and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody, so that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
I should also say that when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program than that. It also includes human intelligence, and then, as you mentioned, the retrieval and the reversal.
Any knowledge of what country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record documents provided to us regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological operations. Lou Elizondo.
So ordered.
I also want to thank my buddy Jeremy Corbell for providing us documents and access to some whistleblowers. Mr. Elizondo, what is your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Program Special Management Staff managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there classified Department of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a blue force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the privilege and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Last year, as you know, he testified that the U.S. has run a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that, and a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as a singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sir, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I've personally been victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again, and it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Arrow at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them multi-million dollars more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the commander of Fleet Forces operations officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video, which we have known now it was, and he realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts, and then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
Sir, I've no personal experience, but I've had witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine that The object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of, and technology-wise, could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited,
Well, I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater, so I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you experienced any experience with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW?
Yes, Congressman, as I mentioned previously, I have met with them.
Okay. You heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence operation by ARROW. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on ARROW's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good faith effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe, Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, are the author of this report.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not the author.
Mr. Schellenberger, were you the author of this report? There's
No, I was
no
not.
name on it.
No.
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
But you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
Right, but you expressed some confidence in the sources.
I would.
Earlier in testimony, you expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say, or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the reason.
But you're not naming them. It's a big department. But many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it also could be in a sense a matter of utility. And let me just state for the record, I never read the report or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft includes some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. All of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used.
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense, but held at the White House.
Roger
but
that.
That's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, et cetera, or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Grothman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP. Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations of executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is, again, why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies is how discoveries will be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so. With UAP, we're using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP in the same way that we have tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and uniform information. If we were studying black holes by using fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important that federal leaders take the necessary steps to ensure that UAP does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the pilot is a frat brother of mine. He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
But Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo, to your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back-engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that? None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to, I came across an email where the word stalked was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is it's an older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So are you, I guess, would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
You know, I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record is something alive or not, because even that definition is hard. There was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, I was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regard to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay, thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out. My governor is here upstairs, so I'm trying to get in between meetings, so apologize for that. I want to just start by just asking everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the testimony before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I also want to just go down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but I just, for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers, gentlemen. I think this is obviously another remarkable hearing with just really important information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year, our subcommittee heard from 2 retired Navy pilots, Lieutenant Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor, regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience and been a great person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course, has been involved in the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for our national security?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. And I did invite Ryan Graves is my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots, report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe. And also, it'll only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues, I mean, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress, and it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air. And I can't express how critical this piece of what I believe is a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happen. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma. And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. And so I just want to reiterate that that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discuss NASA's aviation safety reporting system, a confidential, non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs. Can you explain why the NASA task force recommended the use of the aviation safety reporting system?
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted, that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to the stigma, sir, it's something that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data, to overcome the stigma without spending really that much more additional money since the system exists. Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I had filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise of eminent domain over UAP-related material, modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked, but thankfully the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly, particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical for us and our national security?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I believe the UAP Disclosure Act is important for national security, as well as advancing potential socioeconomic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we referred to previously regarding aviation. And this act will allow for greater transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, as in the Sol Foundation, as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted, I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level. And when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff.
Thank you.
What I would say, too, is you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You're comfortable with the veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kuhnian and Lakatoshan scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec. Because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question it really becomes this. For what purpose is the federal government overclassifying, because that's what they're doing, they're overclassifying, and forbidding the public for getting access to this? And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like you're finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there are several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government, we were in the middle of the Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to
the Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir. And there's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community is solution-oriented. And when you don't have answers, it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet and suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot them down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and massive collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because
read it.
I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left.
Give him more time.
She's not looking. So let's just get into let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshan type of scientific development, and the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gold.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical. at first. And that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Airspace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Airspace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics, that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who would so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? A lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established AARO for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
Is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin discussion, or was this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government and our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? Or they're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, and please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about. And that was my limit, unfortunately, that I was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will. And, we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And really the response is it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now, and there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now to record these things, and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel, was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base? Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article? Anybody? Show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever-increasing in number, and I'm trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash, and the question that we really have to figure out is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or, like as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger, I wanted to ask you, I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on JFK files, on COVID origins, and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all four of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to know, with Immaculate Constellation, how does this relate to UAP activities, Mr. Schellenberg, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man, and we've studied more of space than we had of our own oceans. And so are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water which could indicate a base or presence beneath the ocean's surface?
I don't know about a base, but, as I mentioned, I had a different source entirely describe this pretty extraordinary footage that exists of orbs, of an orb coming out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
Some would say that there's multiple hotspots where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or underwater footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report and then the specific case that I mentioned with the orbs.
So this report says it all. There's no other information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me sharing it at this point.
Okay. Are there any technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that. My time is up, but I do appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And it seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to, and we will not relent until we get those to the American people. Thank you all.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions without objection, so ordered. Mr. Elizondo, were you read into the Immaculate Constellation program?
I would not be authorized to confirm nor deny the existence of any ongoing or past program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay, and then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. A discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So, for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that they would do submerged?
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work both in our atmosphere, in space, and even underwater. There are certain efforts to. It's a tough question you're asking. You put me on the spot here.
I'm looking for the answer.
Yes, ma'am. No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive, and the one exercise I referred to where I received the email that was then deleted was the pilots, and this is worth bringing out. There are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released. There were dozens of these encounters that pilots, friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here, witnessed and caused significant safety concerns. And to almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier, it's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Well, this hearing is very important, and obviously, I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee that I will protect them and go to prison to protect their identities. if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I'd never been briefed on UAPs or what they were, biologics, non-human, et cetera. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences throughout the universe. And that's probably what's visiting us.
I would take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
I think we must be modest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence. That could be biological, it might not.
Non-biological, but what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean though?
Artificial intelligence, ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence would be like us. And every time we look out in the universe, we are humbled relative to what we don't know in terms of the forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you I probably can't ask you your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia, you had a few closing remarks.
And I know we're about to hit votes here, so I'll be brief. Just, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Chairwoman Mace especially for holding this important bipartisan hearing. And I want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic. I think our commitment to all of you and all the folks that have contacted us, and certainly to the advocates and the pilots, is that we need to continue investigating UAPs. I think the country the country's owed explanations and ensure that the safety of national security is always protected. This is a conversation and questioning that must continue, so I'm very grateful to all of you. And I also just want to add, just personally, I think it's really important for me, two things guide my questioning and my observations on UAPs. One is we should always be guided by facts, science, and data, and stay serious on those issues. And the second thing is I think that we should not limit our imagination and our thoughts and our curiosity on what UAPs could actually be. And I think those two things for me are really important, and I'm grateful for all of you to be here. So with that, I yield back.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ogles, who is on the way. He's going to be here any second. Is that correct? Want to check, and he'll be the last member with questions that we have today, and then we have votes. So we want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and folks on both sides of the aisle for being here today and being patient. We have a lot more questions, and I hope that this will open the door to more hearings in the future. I obviously would like to know how much taxpayers are spending on this. You have the right to know, but also if we're spending money on something that doesn't exist, why are we spending the money? And if it does exist, why are we hiding it from the public? And of course, our national security is a huge issue, because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we obviously want to stay ahead of that to the best of our ability to ensure that that technology is not in the hands of someone who could use it against us or our allies anywhere in the world. So, Mr. Ogles, you're just in time, babe. I will recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning before we head on out today.
Well, thank you all for being here. And Madam Chairwoman, I'm out of breath because I sprinted to get here. But this is an important hearing. I think we all know that there's something going on. Mr. Elizondo, based on your knowledge of UAP sightings, do you believe it's fair to say that they are especially common near nuclear sites?
Yes, sir. Mr. Congressman, I absolutely am convinced of that, as are my colleagues inside the government.
And the reason why I pose that question, and this has been one of my talking points from the beginning, is, Oak Ridge is in Tennessee. The so-called weather balloon that drifted, that we now know was controlled, it passed near Oak Ridge. It obviously is a sensitive site, both of interest to our adversaries and to whatever else this is. Because we know that at military installations, at sensitive locations, such as nuclear facilities, that we're seeing this take place. So the question is what is it? Do you believe they've caused an irregular activity, and why might they be interested in those sites?
Sir, in some cases, it's actually regular activity. You'd be surprised. There's actually documentation right now that's been submitted. It's not just Oak Ridge. It's Savannah River Site, SRS. It's also Los Alamos. A lot of our sensitive R&D locations appear to be under some sort of surveillance and monitoring. Why? Well, because a lot of innovation comes out of those areas, a lot of new technologies, a lot of, if you will, disruptive technologies that we use for our national defense originates out of those locations, and advanced concepts in physics as well. So if I was doing any type of reconnaissance, even on a foreign adversary, that's a great target to start with.
Sure, and again, this has been one of my talking points. I do have questions. What role might the Department of Energy or its subsidiaries or affiliates have in this type of technology, or possessing this type of technology, whether it's ours or others? Mr. Gallaudet, I think your testimony has been pretty clear, but would you please reiterate that do you believe UAPs pose a threat to pilots? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They were threatening Navy pilots during the exercise that I was, my people were involved with in 2015, and it's my understanding they're risking pilot safety, commercial and military, today.
Well, considering, and I understand that there's a need in some cases to keep certain technologies secret, but you believe that it is posing a threat to our personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think it's reasonable to conclude that if there's a threat to our personnel who are serving our country faithfully, that there be oversight.
100%, Congressman. And in fact, that's the one thing that we've not talked about enough during this hearing is the fact that the government executive branch not sharing with Congress what it knows about UAP infringes on your legislative and oversight responsibilities to such an extent that's very concerning. I mean, what else are we, if you look at national security or intelligence or foreign affairs or appropriations, you all have oversight and legislative responsibility regarding those. This UAP issue may be the greatest issue of our time, and it's being hid from you.
Well, I mean, and to your point, I think we've seen over the decades that we have certain adversaries like China, like Russia, that technologically speaking are not as advanced as us, that they lack some of the lethality that we have, and that we've seen that they've gone after our technologies and in some cases succeeded, in particular with missile technology. And so again, my concern, whether this technology emanates from us or otherworldly, that we know that we possess it. And where's the accountability? Where are the stopgaps? What are the guarantees that if this were to fall in enemy hands, that it isn't immediately weaponized against us? And I'll say this, it is clear from my experience and what I've seen that there is something out there. The question is it ours? Is it someone else's? Or is it otherworldly? And Madam Chairman, I would posit that as the legislative body, as the regulatory body, we must know. And anyone who prevents us from gaining access to that information, I would consider that criminality. Because we have U.S. personnel who may very well be in harm's way. We have technology that ultimately may threaten our very existence. With that, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ogles. And with that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
And there we go. What a hearing. So, is it me? Did this one go longer than last year's?
It did. That's what it seemed like to me. But what I got from the gist of the testimony from these witnesses and the questions that were asked, I could sum it up that the entire hearing with all 4 witnesses would consist of, I am unable to answer this publicly. I cannot give any further details or information about the testimony or questions being asked. Not that I cannot, not that I am not able to, I refuse to, which is what Schellenberger had said under oath.
Right.
That's what we got from all 4 of these witnesses consistently.
Now, we did get a partial reading of the Immaculate Constellation document, though.
we got 12 pages that were entered into the
12 pages,
congressional
but
record.
you know, I guess it's hopefully that'll be released to the public, because I know that at least one of the congressmen did read part of it for us, which is more than anyone else has done so far.
Right, but Michael Schellenberger has spoken publicly in interviews and in the article that he broke that gave a lot more details and information about that actual report. Now, we've covered this here on the show, you and I, Thomas. That report consists of 27 pages. 2 of the pages are page and back page of the report. The body of the report itself consists of 25 actual pages of information, but they only entered 12 pages into the congressional record. So I find that odd, to say the least. I'm not happy with the responses that were given by these witnesses at a hearing that was designed to provide more information to the public and to Congress. I feel that it failed to do that or produce those results. What do you think?
Now, there was a bunch of different statements that Lou had made regarding he can't answer the question, but he will in private, or did not want to do it in front of the public, but we'll talk to the House representatives off mic. So he's got the information. He'll share it with members of Congress, but the general public is still kind of left out of the conversation right now.
Well, then why testify publicly if you have nothing to say? That would be one of the questions that I would want to ask. Because it really, it was confusing. It was very vague and generalized. There was no specifics. And when pressed and asked for specifics, was either told they refused to provide that or they're unable to provide that publicly. So I'm frustrated by this testimony overall as a whole.
Well, it looks like Rick Doty, welcome to the show, my friend. You have your hand up.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, good to see Mike, Thomas, and everyone else. Yeah, I am a little bit frustrated. If you listen to Lou, read his book, he's a good orator. He has great knowledge. But when you present him with a question, which the representatives did, and he gives an answer that I can't talk about it here. I have to do it in a skiff or in a classified setting. That really, really concerns me, because he's a smart guy, and you can skirt the issue of classification, and you can talk around it. And he could have done this. And I've heard him. I've sat in a room with him when he talked about the subject, skirting the issue. And he's really, really good at it. I would think that in a session like this, in a venue like this, where there's millions of people watching, plus the Senate, the House of Representatives, he would be able to prepare himself for the answer that he would anticipate, and therefore skirt the issue and give a proper answer to some of these questions. And it really troubles me that he didn't. Now, I understand Schellenberger. He's not a government guy. He's protecting sources, his whistleblower friends that gave him that information. He could have talked a lot more about where these people worked, because if he says that my source works in the Department of Defense, there's 3 million people work in the Department of Defense, both military and civilians. So nobody's going to go out and find that person. And so I think they skirted the issue too much here, and it really is troubling to me. I was hoping that we would get the answer, and I'm sure the public and everyone in this room or on your site here was hoping that we'd get some really, really definite answers. I like the questions. I like the questions about the hybrids, because there's a document circulating within the government right now, within Congress, within the legislative branch, which talks about the threat posed by hybrids. And that's what she brought up, although she didn't go into details on it. But that document is real. It's being circulated. There's a number of congressmen and senators. The Senate staffer has that document and I'm not sure where or who generated it, but it talks about the dangers or the threat posed by hybrids. What if and a particular alien species was able to exchange DNA and for our purpose, better our humans or advance their biologics. That document's there, and that's what she was referring to. I was hoping she would give more information on it because I just heard about it a few days ago, and so. But I'm glad that was brought up.
Yeah, it was definitely a interesting conversation. But as you talk about it, as Mike has as well, it's still like we've got the slow drip of disclosure going on versus a lot of information being brought forward. Nick, you have your hand up, my friend.
Yes, are you amazed that they actually talking about hybrids? I can't believe they actually talked about hybrids. That's the thing that I didn't even think that they would talk about at the moment. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, well, no one on the panel talked about it, but someone from Congress, from the representatives, did bring it up, and it was a really good move, at least, to go ahead and start bringing up. There are victims that go along with this that go well beyond just people in the military. Tom, you have your hand up, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I think the fact that they couldn't discuss everything publicly, I think that makes it even more dramatic. For us that are in the field, we already know so much. We're frustrated because we want more information. But I think for the public, if just a public member or person was watching that and didn't know a lot about it, they might think, what's going on here? Is there really a cover-up?
Yeah. It looks that way, Tom, and it's you're right. It does bring a good dramatic effect to it. It does make people, open their eyes a bit more and question why. But it also shows us coming up on the upcoming administration. We have a new Secretary of Defense. We have a new person coming in as the head of the CIA, and a lot of the people who are being brought into these different areas are all pro-disclosure within going across the administration. Granted, it seems like disclosure is bipartisan, but it seems in this administration, this time around, we're getting people in very high places to go ahead and take the role and give them the opportunity to potentially bring out the truth. And if we have an executive branch or an executive branch leader knowing our president, which is the president of everybody in the United States, we're beyond the elections at this point. Let's put aside our bipartisanship and focus on bringing out the truth with disclosure. Now, Laura, you have your hand up.
Yes, I was actually disappointed. It was a missed opportunity when they were asking different people different questions. For example, one of the questions I felt should have been directed more when they were talking about underwater UAPs, should have been directed to someone else. I felt that when they were pushing, when Burleson was pushing on Lou about the Lockheed Martin, I felt like after he answered, they should have directed the same question over to Michael Gold, because he was with Bigelow in those 13 years during that period where he would have known about transfer of materials. Don't tell me he was just in a different department and he never heard of it. So I felt that there was, although it was good, and I don't know how it's going to read to the people, general public who don't have a background understanding, I felt still that there were missed opportunities in it.
Yeah, I would agree. There's always more opportunities to bring up more truth. Luckily, there's going to be another hearing in the House of Representatives. We've heard in the January, February timeframe. And we also have another hearing that's going to be coming up in the short-term future, probably sooner than later, chaired in the Senate by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who's probably going to be bringing in John Kozlowski, who's the new head of ARO. Now, remember, folks, ARO was supposed to have had their yearly report. I believe that was due around Halloween. And then we're also missing the follow-up historical report. So once again, ARO, who's supposed to be the public-facing cover-up of the DOD, it'll be interesting to see where that's going to go. Corporal Abe, you're ex-Navy. You were on a Nimitz-class carrier. What are your thoughts?
Some key takeaways I noticed, Thomas, was the USOs outperforming our submarines. That was publicized. The hybrid thing, that was something that piqued my interest because in 2010, there's a 1,500-page report that documents sexual encounters as possible side effects that humans have happened. And then the last big part was the threat analysis that the last representative gave. I thought that was pretty big to publicly acknowledge.
Yeah, I would agree. Looks like you may be breaking up a little bit there, Corporal A, but yeah, thank you for those insights. Yeah, there were a lot of great points brought up in the, gosh, it looks like the hearing went over 2 hours, which is a bit longer than what we had last time, and a lot of great questions that came across. Now, Nick, you have your hand up again, my friend.
Yes, Rick, do you have any new information, Rick, on this subject? Any new information? Anything new, Rick? Because you haven't been on for a few days. I'm curious about it.
Yeah, but I'll hold off. I'll come back on the show. Let's talk about.
Let's focus on the hearing.
This hearing right now. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Rick, and for that question, Nick. Remember, if you have questions, comments, want to participate, we are one of the only few live streams out here for UFOs that actually encourage people to join the conversation following that viewer call and link at the top of the chat. Let's go on to Harold. You have your hand up, my friend.
Yes, Thomas. I was a tad bit disappointed in this, man. I'd like to hear a lot more about the Langley incident and stuff, and like to see them drill into that because it's fairly recent, right?
Yeah. That would have been a good one, absolutely. I guess they answered some questions, but there wasn't anyone on the panel that had any definitive information about it. I don't think they even asked Lou about that, did they?
No, and I think the responses were they hadn't heard it prior to that. Well,
right.
Whatever Wall Street Journal article or something. Find that hard to believe, too.
Former Admiral Gallaudet actually said he had read an article that was also talking about drones that came out from Christopher Mellon as well, which is another good read for people out there.
They didn't get more meat than that. All right, thanks, Thomas.
Oh, absolutely. Susan Ford, I could say it's none of your business, but it's Susan.
What I took away from it, I thought was rather interesting that they'd been told not to, been pressured not to ask the panel certain questions. That I found very interesting because somebody's trying to control the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great points.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Are we going to get, if that's the case, are we going to get in the future, like a fair disclosure in these meetings if they're being corralled into us in what questions they can ask?
Well, we know there's been a lot of cover-up going in the past, Susan, with the CIA, specifically the Office of Global, what does NGO stand for again, Mike? NGA?
The NGA is the National Geospatial Agency.
No, I'm sorry. It's the, oh God, what was the other way? Either way. We've heard of
the
different
NRO, Thomas?
Not the NRO, it was the NG, the Global, the G, what is it? The Global Office.
The Office of Global Access.
Yeah, OGA, that's it, yeah. Now, with that particular office, that's seated within the CIA. Now, what we're getting is we've got the former Director of National Intelligence, as I said at the start of the show for joining us late, that he is now going to be the head, that is John Ratcliffe. He's going to be joining the Trump administration as the head of the CIA. So we're getting a lot of people out there that have talked positively about the cover-up, about wanting to bring out the truth. Going to be in positions within this new administration. I know there's some people out there that are still not my president, but we're at a point where we have to look at disclosure and know this is bipartisan. And if we've got a president who's coming in and there are a lot of people in their in his cabinet is going to support it, and he's also talked about supporting it himself, I think we've got a good chance of information coming out, because Congress can go ahead and try and get answers, but we don't have support from Mike Rogers, or Mike Johnson, I mean, who's the head of the House of Representatives. He did not support doing a select committee on UAPs, which we're going to kind of need if they want to get anywhere. So we do have a question coming in from Tony D. Tony asks, could you please explain the difference between the congressional hearings and the Senate hearings? Being here in the UK, we're a bit thick on how the U.S. does this. Well, we have two different houses. We have the House of Representatives, which you would heard today the hearing from. We have another part of, there's two parts of Congress. There's the House and the Senate. The Senate is having their hearing coming up. So it's just, how would you explain it, Mike? The difference between the House and the Senate.
I actually think that Brian, who's in with us, could do a good job with his civics knowledge about
He's not
two
here right
different
now.
branches. Oh, he jumped out. Well, Rick is also very well aware of it, but basically the Senate has 2 representatives for each state of the United States, which means a total of 100 senators.
And they're like elected like on a longer term. I know the House is like 2 years, Senate, was it 6?
6 years, correct. Right. So at that point, we have the House of Representatives that have 435 members. So it's a much larger body, and it's more diluted than the strict power and representation of the Senate. But it's basically two sides of the same coin. And the Senate is going to hold a hearing that's similar to the one we just got out of the House of Representatives. The difference is that hearing by Senator Gillibrand is going to be speaking with the now head of AARO, and that's Joe Kozlowski. But since, and you and I have talked about this to the audience before on previous shows, because he just took the position, I don't know exactly what he's going to be able to testify about at that hearing. What are your thoughts on that, Thomas?
Well, Kozlowski, the new head of AARO, if you want to call it, we've rearranged the deck chairs on the Titanic one more time. The main difference is there's still an advisory committee, which basically tells him what to do. There is it's more than advising. It's a direction committee. I would even call it that to a bigger degree. Also for administrative purposes, how the organization is run. It's all still rolls up to the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. So if you look at that, we have a new leader coming in to AARO, but all the management who controls the leader of AARO potentially, he's a director over the operations of what's going on. It's still the same upper management. And if your upper management isn't changing, there's not a big chance for a lot of change to be happening in AARO. Now, there is a new director of, or a new Secretary of Defense who is also, I believe, pro-disclosure, who's coming in, and it should shake a lot of things up in the DOD. They're going to be running to the hills to try and save their jobs if they can. Exactly.
So hopefully that answers your question from outside of the continental U.S. We have a lot of hands up right now, including Rick. Rick, I'm curious, what do you have to add to this? Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, all I can say is that the British Parliament is similar to the U.S. legislature. In the British Parliament, they have the House of Commons, which is similar to the House of Representatives, and the House of Lords, which is similar to the Senate. So in comparison, for our British friend, we have a government similar to the British government. In fact, if you look at Federalist Papers 18, we created our legislature similar to the British Parliament, where we have a lower house and an upper house. The lower house is a House of Representative, as Mike said, 435 members, and the upper house, the Senate, we have 100 members. And the British Parliament, they have the upper house is the House of Lords, and the lower house is the House of Commons. So it's similar to we have a similar legislature as the British government does.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that primer on the differences between our governments. Appreciate that, Rick. Freezerman 71.
Hello, Thomas. Don't want to sound disappointed in the hearing, but the fact that Schellenberger's document got into the Congress, I know it's been stated it was only 12 pages, but that is a small step in the right direction. But I'm with you, Thomas. we heard too many non-answers, and that's that's a problem.
Yeah. For something that's we're supposed to have more transparency to the public, there sure is a lot of pullback and actually getting actual facts. Even the question was, hey, any biologics, any kind of crash materials, anything kind of proof we could bring and show me to help convince me? And the answer they got on that one was a resounding no, unfortunately. Nick, go ahead.
Rick, do you believe that Trump is going to disclose something, Rick? Do you believe that? Or do you not believe that, Rick?
He believes, he says he will, and I would have to hold him to those words. I certainly hope he does.
Yeah, I certainly hope so as well, Rick. It's one of those. It's
driving a car. I see Laura driving a car. That's everybody.
Yeah. It's an interesting situation, Rick, especially coming after the election. It was very divisive for many people out there. A lot of people still aren't accepting where we're at. But if you look at it again, Rick, coming into it, there's a lot, as I've been saying, there's a lot of people within his administration which are if you want to call it pro-disclosure. So we've heard many times in many interviews of the president-elect being asked, and he says, yeah, I'll bring it out. So let's see where it absolutely goes. Cool Jitsu, welcome to the show. You're new here.
Hey guys, how you doing, sir? A friend actually sent me a link to your show. And I would just like to say what I got from it is that they're still not going to tell us the truth. They were beating around the bush a lot. And, this has been a secret that has been held since 1938.
Yeah. But maybe we could be at a point to where down the road, we may be getting some doors being opened. We have a greater chance for transparency.
Okay, well, I'll say is this, the guy, Philip J. Corso, I don't know if you heard of him.
Oh, yeah.
Philip J. Corso, he wrote the book Witness to Roswell, and he pretty much told the truth, and he said what was going on. Now, the thing with the money is, we know that black budget projects have been going on for God knows how long. And, there's a lot of money being spent. But now the thing about the technology that they're hiding, right? Now, the thing is they actually have the technology to change the world, but they're not going to do that because they know that money, war, that all goes hand in hand with corruption.
So what you're saying is there's a lot of corruption in our government.
Oh my God, it's beyond.
Yeah, the deep state is pulling the strings on a lot of things.
You ever heard of a man? His name was Art Bell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Art Bell used to tell us the truth. Who else used to tell us the truth? Rest in peace to William Cooper. Wrote the book Behold the
Stanton Friedman, another one.
Stanton Friedman. He said, pretty much. These guys have been trying to tell us since, I would say, since the 70s, because there was a lot of things that happened in the Vietnam War that, a lot of, veterans saw, that we couldn't really talk about. And, it's still going on to this day.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, sir. And it's something we hope let's just hope that there's a change in disclosure, and that we have an executive branch who's going to be on the side of humanity, on the side of the public, to get rid of this cover-up, to get rid of these illegal programs, and to bring it out to the public and to the world, for that matter. Because either we're going to do it, or China's going to do it. So I hope we take the lead on this.
But honestly, but let's be real. China and Russia knows what we have. We've been playing this game for a long time.
Yeah.
Listen, we know. Think about it. After the Cold War. We could talk about the Cold War. We could bring it up, but the Cold War was really about we were dividing Nazi scientists because the Nazis knew too. A lot of people.
Operation Paperclip.
Come on, man. A lot of people knew. The thing is now, here's the problem now, right? The problem now is that the whole gig is up because people have cell phones. People got cell phones and we got cameras and everything like that. So now what you've been trying to hide for years now, Now, you know, the regular Joe Schmo could find out. And this is the problem. Now that the regular Joe Schmo knows that there's technology and there's things that you could have been changed about the world since, I don't know, 1945. Yeah. But you got to remember the whole Roswell incident was because the regular Joe Schmo found out that, holy crap, there's a freaking UFO in my backyard. Yeah. Because remember what happened. Remember when you read the book Witness to Roswell, there were actually 2 crashes that happened. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Lou's even talked about that there were 2 crashes, but one crash we recovered, and the other crash was actually recovered by the non-human intelligence.
Yeah. So we've been playing this game with the public, but you gotta understand when he talked about the psychological officer, you gotta understand what happened. See, nobody heard of this guy. His name was Edward Bernays. You know who Edward Bernays is?
No, not okay.
See what I'm saying? The psychological operation has been happening, bro. You know, the thing is that now the regular Joe Schmo realizes it.
Yeah. Hey, Thomas, do you mind if I interrupt you real quick? They just released the pages that on Michael Schellenberger's Twitter. If you look that up, you should be able to get the pages that were submitted into the record.
Can someone in the back find that and send a message across? I just turn on the message in the back. In the meantime, when we go ahead and bring up that document, we have a super chat that came in from Sang Boom, who says, I'm a USAF veteran that saw multiple UAPs in 2006 at Maelstrom Air Force Base stationed in the nuclear missile field. It was a mass sighting of multiple incidents, different stuff over several hours. We tried to kinetically engage too, and it sounds like it failed. How about that? Okay. On that one, let me copy that link. Let's see if I can go ahead and bring this up in my browser. All right. It's only 4. Is it more than 4 pages that he's got? Yep, he's got 4 pages. So, all right. So this is gonna let me figure out how to do this. I wish we put a PDF link up there. Let me go ahead and get this one.
For you, Thomas, in the chat, I just put it up there for you. The new one, the House doc.
Thank you very much. I got it. Well, that's a long one that has all the different statements of what's getting said. It doesn't have the document from Schellenberger. So on that note, what I'm going to do here, let me bring it up over here.
And also remember Stephen Greer. He really doesn't like Elizondo for some reason. Strange.
Yeah, Greer's fallen out of grace due to a lot of his activities, unfortunately. So let's get into I'll go ahead and just copy and paste. Let's see now. Oh, what the hell? Let's get into it. Too small, big enough. Just go ahead and do it picture by picture at a time. All right, so the document that Schellenberger released from a whistleblower about Immaculate Constellation. Let me go ahead and bring this one up now. Oh, let me get to video full. Let me hide the super chat here. And let me bring myself back up on screen as we go ahead, and let me get rid of view. Hide sidebar. There we go. Bring it across. Let me get the disclosure tonight. Almost there. We're just setting this up to make it easy for all of us to read. Let me get myself turned back on here. All right. Here we go. Let's get into this. This document is the release of a multi-year internal investigation into the subjects of UAP, technologies of unknown origins, and non-human intelligence. This investigation was undertaken in response to an urgent and credible threats to the public good and safety of the United States of America. and provided to Congress through the UAP whistleblower mechanisms established by the FY23 National Defense Authorization Act and the FY23 National Intelligence Authorization Act. The data consulted during this investigation and summarized in this report originate from non-public data held within the executive branch of the United States government. The author obtained access to this information while pursuing their lawful duties as an employee of the Department of Defense. This public version of the author's report was reviewed and approved for public release by the Department of State, Bureau of Public Affairs. Move this up a bit. Let me just go and crop this. There we go. The results of this investigation are deeply disturbing, to say the least. Elements of the U.S. executive branch have conspired to prevent the U.S. legislative branch from exercising its lawful powers of governance with respect to UAP and NHI issues. The information provided by the author strongly suggests that the U.S. executive branch has been managing the UAP NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. The criminal conspiracy keeps the elected government of the United States and its citizens ignorant to the profound discoveries and dire threats originating from the existence of UAP. All right, here we go. Let me move this up a little bit to get to the next section. Ambiguous evidence demonstrating the reality of UAP, NHI, and TUO has been made available to Congress by multiple independent UAP whistleblowers. This document is but one item of evidence brought to Congress. Much more exists and hopefully will be made available. In this public version of the report, information is organized into 7 categories of evidence, including unacknowledged special access programs, imagery intelligence, human intelligence, signals intelligence, and United States government bureaucratic records, U.S. government historical records, and other sensitive sources. All information in this report is derived from access to non-public information. All right, getting into the first section of this document, let me go ahead and bring this next one up here. The next section we're going to be getting into is talking about, well, Immaculate Constellation. Let's say it again. Hopefully we can get our names on the list. All right, everyone repeat after me. Immaculate Constellation. Come on. All right. Immaculate Constellation is an unacknowledged special access program established following the public disclosure of ATIP OSAP programs by Lou Elizondo in 2017. Upon disclosure to Congress, it was determined that this USAP and its collateral information have not been lawfully reported to Congress. Got another super chat that just came in from Tony D. It looks like. Thank you very much, Tony D. Appreciate that super chat. Let me go ahead and continue on this. Immaculate Constellation's primary mission is to collect imagery intelligence on UAP and ARV or /RV reproduction vehicles, utilizing tasked and untasked U.S. military intelligence resources. As part of a network of SAPs linked to non-human intelligence and UAP technologies, Immaculate Constellation acts as a nexus for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating intelligence on the activities, capabilities, and locations of anomalous aerospace threats that originate from foreign or unidentified sources. Our next section we're getting into, let's bring this one up here. The intelligence within Immaculate Constellation program primarily consists of high-quality imagery, intelligence, and collateral measurement of signatures intelligence of UAPs and ARVs within Earth's atmosphere. The collection platforms involved are a blend of tasked and untasked capabilities in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, military and civilian aviation altitudes, and maritime environments. Immaculate Constellation pays particular attention to the anomalous aerospace platforms that have been developed through the study or acquisition of technologies of unknown origin by foreign nations or unknown identities themselves. UAP and RV signatures and preferred operating areas are known to the program, enabling a degree of strategic awareness and warning. Finally, Immaculate Constellation shows that the UAP and alien and reproduction vehicles are operating around the globe, often in close proximity to sensitive foreign assets and locations. This categorization of Immaculate Constellation as a parent USAP with various child SAPs under its umbrella indicates a high level of compartmentalization and security. In effect, Immaculate Constellation serves as a central parent for, let me get my screen here so I can look forward, parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAP and alien reproduction vehicles activities detected by tasked and untasked collection platforms. Sophisticated internal information security controls are a major part of the Immaculate Constellation program, which enforces compartmentalization by detecting, quarantining, and transferring UAP and RV imagery collection incidents before they are circulated within the military intelligence enterprise. So, Rick, this sounds like it's a program that's going out there and just siphoning up all the data and just preventing it from getting to the sources where it belongs. Let me move on with this next one. Next paragraph coming in.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But, you know, here's a problem. Immaculate Constellation's been around for a long time, a long time. It's not. It wasn't generated in after 2017. It started in 1978.
Oh, gotcha. Interesting information, Rick. Thanks for bringing that to all of our attention on that one. All right, let's get back to this one here, video. Oh, all right. In conclusion, Immaculate Constellation shows that the U.S. government is not only aware of UAPs, but also foreign state efforts to replicate UAP. The data within Immaculate Constellation reveals that the capacity of the U.S. Armed Services and military intelligence community to detect, track, identify, and engage anomalous transmedium platforms. Immaculate Constellation also demonstrates the extent capability to detect, quarantine, and transfer UAP and RV collection incidents before they observed and circulated within the military intelligence enterprise, partially explaining why many otherwise cleared members of the military and IC are unaware of UAP activities. Finally, the existence of Immaculate Constellation provides verifiable evidence of the witting participation by elements of the U.S. Armed Services, Defense, Civil Service, and the intelligence community in a global surveillance and reconnaissance mission tasked with the monitoring of UAPs and ARVs. How about that? Let's get into here in our next section that we're getting to. U.S. imagery intelligence. The United States government maintains imagery intelligence databases accessible to personnel with appropriate security clearances and mission need. These databases are scattered across the various organizations and services, leading to a fragmented ownership structure. This dispersion complicates the timely and comprehensive gathering of image intelligence related to the UAP phenomena. Control over access to these data sets primarily resides with the military intelligence enterprise, the combatant commands, the armed services, and individual program managers. The image intelligence collected from data sets available to the DoD and reviewed for this report provide compelling evidence for UAP which defy prosaic explanations. There is a large number, where is this at? of, let me get to the next page, a large number of unique imagery sensors available to the U.S. military and intelligence community, including infrared, forward-looking FLIR, full motion video, thermal, and still photography. The multitude of wavelengths collected by these sensors have captured UAP characteristics that are difficult or impossible to observe with the human eye alone. Subtle atmospheric effects associated with UAP, maybe like that light-colored glow that goes around them, are duplication, invisibility, etc., are visible through the sensors employed by the U.S. military and intelligence agencies, enabling unique analytic techniques. The verifiable chain of custody for UAP image intelligence collected by the U.S. military assets ensures a high level of confidence in the accuracy and integrity of the data gathered. There's a good one for you, Sean Kirkpatrick. You deny there's no data that exists. The following examples are presented. Here we go. First one we're getting to is called CENTCOM, which is a cuboid formation of metallic orbs. On United States government networks, there exists daytime full motion video and daytime FLIR footage of a formation of 12 metallic orbs skimming the ocean surface at high speed before dispersing in multiple directions. The rapid and agile maneuvering of the metallic orbs were incompatible with known aerospace vehicles and were between 3 to 6 meters in diameter. In the opening statement of this footage, the 12 metallic orbs flew in a tight cuboid formation. The metallic orbs were in 3 vertical square formations of 4 orbs each, arranged in 3 prolonged configuration, creating the illusion of a cube shape at distance. All of the orbs were white hot against a black cold ocean in the FLIR footage, and each sphere created a faint atmospheric distortion, like I said, both around itself and as a heat shimmer contrail. Interesting, contrails behind them. The metallic orbs moved in this cube formation over the ocean for some time before rapidly breaking formation as pairs. The sensor platform lost track of the metallic orbs as they ascended in altitude and accelerated it in a speed but maintained observation on a pair of metallic orbs continuing the original trajectory of the larger formation. Interesting one. Interesting cases here, Rick, that we're getting this kind of detailed information, which is probably one of the most, if this is coming from the U.S. government, this is probably one of the most detailed reports that we've seen on UAP from the government so far. And it's coming from a leaker.
Yes, great. It's great information.
Absolutely. Let's get on to our next part. The next one we're going to be talking about is a fast mover observed transiting over sensitive facilities. All right. On U.S. government networks, there exists FLIR footage of a small to medium oval UAP flying at high speed and low to the surface. The footage begins as routine surveillance of a sensitive coastal facility when the oval UAP rapidly comes into frame as it flies above coastal facilities. The oval then makes a rapid turn towards the ocean, where it is tracked by the collection platform. The oval UAP is tracked flying low over the open ocean at high speed before the track is lost. Now, this seems to be a common piece of these craft moving at high speeds, not just high speeds anywhere, but close to the ground, which is another new observation we're getting today. Let's move on to our next one, which is the Indo-Pac or PACOM intelligence vessels positioned to collect on reproduction vehicles. Oh, wow. On USG networks, there is this infrared footage of an imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in signals intelligence and what does MASINT stand for again, Rick?
Good question. I've never seen that one before.
Multiple sensors.
Yeah, multiple sensors.
Yeah, it's multiple something sensors collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. In this footage, which is in close proximity to the vessels, a large equatorial triangle, UAP, suddenly appears over the ships. 3 bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. This rotation partially reveals a horizontal bar of sweeping lights. Intelligence analysis associated with this event specifies that the equilateral triangle is a reproduction vehicle and concludes that the vessels must have been aware of the reproduction vehicle's frequent use of those coordinates. Due to foreign pre-positioning of advanced collection assets at the exact time and place. After a brief period of hovering and slow rotation, approximately 500 to 1,000 meters above the ocean, the RV suddenly disappears, and the footage ends. Wow. Let's get into that. So, giant triangle.
MASIT is a measurement and signature intelligent. It's a specific type of satellite that can measure the object and speeds and things. Signal intelligence is just what the signal's emitting from the object. Somebody just sent that to me. That's not from me, that's from somebody else.
There you go. Brian, you have your hand up, my friend.
Yes, this is absolutely fascinating that we've got triangles.
Yeah.
That's what we thought all along. Yeah, Rick is nodding his head. Rick said this before. I mean, this is pretty fascinating.
Yeah, it is cool jitsu. You have a quick comment before we move on?
Yes, I just want to say that a lot of things are disinformation. See, you got to understand that they only tell us half truths. You know, it's a lot that goes on. You know, with the I don't want to say the government, whoever they are, but a lot goes on. And the thing is, what I can say is I'll probably give a little hint right here. Could you imagine being a young kid in the military and you saw something that you really can't explain and you were kind of afraid to tell everybody because they would look at you like you crazy, and then 15 years later, what you say, like, wow, like what I've been talking about for years, people thought that you were actually crazy.
I think we're at a time now, Cool Jitsu, and we have been at least potentially since 2004, well, since after 2004, but we're in a time where we're past the believability part. This is very believable, and it's something that I think we're all going to enjoy as the future moves forward. Great points, though, my friend. If I could, let me move on with this one. Our next one we've got here is Equatorial Triangle UAP tails unwitting vessel on USG networks. There exists infrared footage of an equilateral triangle. Let me get back to here. Lateral triangle UAP, approximately fighter jet sized, hovering less than 200 meters above the vessel. In the night, a location in the Pacific. Intelligence analysis. Coming up with their next part. Here we go. Associated with this event specifies that the equilateral triangle is a reproduction vehicle of unknown origin. The vessel gives no sign that it is aware of the reproduction vehicle maintaining altitude and bearing directly overhead. 2 lights on the underside of the ARV are visible, while a third is blocked from view due to a slightly upward angle orientation. So here they're saying we don't know where this one is even coming from, which really brings the point together. If this is a reproduction vehicle, reproduction vehicle would mean that it's coming from humans, but it doesn't sound like it's coming from us, which should be alarming to our friends in the government.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm curious about is the details and the description of this object. They're labeling it as an ARV, or a reproduction vehicle. What is the information that confirms that, in fact, this object is a reproduction vehicle?
Potentially the people who are writing this report coming from within inside this database have that prior knowledge. They know where it goes. They know what it does. They know what it looks like. They know the size of it.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why they left those details out of this report. Should have been included when they're mentioning this, but for some reason it wasn't. I'm slightly suspicious about that as far as the accuracy of the information and the source of where it's coming from.
Potentially, but let's look at this, and we have to be suspicious with everything. But again, this is multiple reports coming out of this and report. Remember, the original report was what, 25, 27 pages, Mike?
Actually 25 in the body of the report, and they only submitted 12 to Congress. You're right, Thomas. Good point.
So there is a lot more information besides this that could have been in there. And again, this is the information that was prepared to be released to Congress and in doubt being released to the public as well. And this is more information than we've gotten from any whistleblower to date, just saying. So it's great to have Schellenberger involved with this. He is as you know, Mike, as a journalist, has the ability, if he gets access to information like this, like the Watergate papers, he's able to grab those and bring them out and put it into the public, where someone like Lou Elizondo or Admiral Gallaudet, that is beyond their capabilities.
That's true. You're right. But I also agree with the point that Rick made earlier, that if he was asked by the lawmakers if this person with this information was a member of the Department of Defense, which has 3 million employees, he could have confirmed that. He's not under any national security oath.
You know how journalists go. When it's a source, and the source wants particular information not to be released, sometimes you have to listen to your source, because otherwise you will lose them as a source.
That's true.
Just
You're
like
right
the
about
insider that we had from within Representative Tim Burchett's office, who told us about the what is it, Mike Turner.
Yes.
Who was actually who was working effectively to try and sink the first version of the UAP Disclosure Act. Now, Burchett's office came down on you very hard, and that's one of the reasons why we've never had Tim on the show, is because of the reporting we did and not working with them, which LM wanted to go ahead and release that information so that person could be persecuted.
And exposed. Correct.
Yeah.
But if you remember, we went on Matt Laszlo's platform when Representative Burchett was speaking, and we spoke with him directly after that.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a question of Representative Burchett. It was the gatekeepers within his office.
I said what was his chief of staff?
Yes, Rachel Partlow.
Hello, Rachel. Director. Good to see you, my dear lady, if you're watching us.
Right.
We'd love to have you on for a conversation.
No, you're absolutely right about that. But didn't you find it interesting that Schellenberger told Congress as well that there are additional whistleblowers with more information that he is not going to bring out publicly?
Yeah, he does.
That's what he said. So if that was the case, why even mention it under oath? It just confuses me. Don't say anything then.
We got more people, because there's more people who are coming into the new executive branch who are going to want to hear the details, Mike, and spreading that information now makes it aware that, wow, we want to know this stuff. It's this, we heard that sentiment coming from members of our audience when they couldn't talk about stuff. New people coming in, hearing this, makes them more interested in the information. Sometimes it's that little teaser, it's that breadcrumb to get people excited to say, hey, Bill, what happened about that?
Right. No, that's a good point. But let me ask you this. Speaking of breadcrumbs, when Lou had said that under oath in his testimony, when asked of his knowledge and background, he said that he was involved directly 3 years ago and signed documents for the Department of Defense, not to speak about crash retrievals or any legacy UAP aspects of government program. He mentioned that he was involved with a White House Special Access Program directly under the National Security Council for the White House.
Yeah.
Have you heard him say that publicly before?
No, I haven't.
No, neither have I.
Yeah.
That's a new breadcrumb that Lou put out there publicly.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we can get that answered later today. You never know. Let's jump onto this.
We're working on it. Yeah, continue.
Hey, could I jump in here real quick, Thomas?
Sure. Go right ahead, Rick. Yeah.
Indo-PACCOM is Indo Indo-Pacific Command out of Joint Base Hickam, Pearl Harbor. It's the U.S. Naval and Military Command that controls all military operations in the Pacific. That's what that means.
Nice.
Good to know. Yeah.
Let me do something here. I'm going to try something. Okay, I've just done that. I'm going to take take my name, move it over here. Give me a second. You'll see what I'm doing. Move me over here. Perfect. Name down here. Come on. Almost there, audience. Give me a second. There we go. Down here. Oh, great. Look, you can see the side of my green screen. Almost there, audience. Give me a second. Get there. There we go. Now let me bring this down at the bottom here. So if people want to chime up and talk as we're going through this, I don't have to flip back and forth. All right, let's get on to this. The Indo-Pacific Command, a large disk using clouds as concealment. Now, we've all seen many videos out there of supposedly UAPs, flying saucers or craft hiding in clouds. Well, so has our government. On USG networks, there exists OPIR footage, which is some form of infrared footage of a large saucer-shaped UAP emerging from within a dense cloud formation. The saucer registered black, hot against a white cold. The atmospheric disturbances caused by the saucer-shaped UAP visible. The saucer was between 200 to 400 meters in circumference. Wow, that's huge. And displayed symmetrical concavities on the upper surface. The saucer-shaped UAP emerges at a shallow angle, traveling upwards towards the outer atmosphere. After breaking above the cloud cover, the saucer-shaped UAP suddenly reverses its direction, descending partially back into the cloud cover, then accelerating rapidly out of frame and partially obscured by the cloud tops. Seems like it figured out it was being watched. This behavior was evasive in nature and implied the saucer-shaped UAP had become aware that it was under observation by a space-based collection platform. Dang interesting. Holy cow. Tia, go ahead.
Tia, you the mute button is still on. And your hand is up.
Sorry about that. Is this saying that the craft is made by us or no?
This one is not made by us. This is just a saucer. But when they were talking about the triangles, they're calling them as a reproduction vehicle, inferring that it's not the non-human intelligence who created this, but potentially someone from humanity on this planet. And if it's a place where they know where it goes, it almost sounds like if they're aware of this craft, it's either ours or it's China's, because China was the only adversary name that was brought up. Now, I did have, does that make sense, Tia?
Yes, thank you.
Now, remember, some members of Congress have mentioned about potentially being threatened. Threatening a member of Congress, thank you to Mike on this one, the other Mike M, in the United States, threatening government officials is a felony under federal law. Threatening the presidents of the United States is a felony under 18 USC. How about that? Let's go ahead and get back to this document and move on to the next part, talking about a boomerang-shaped UAP. Wow. We're getting everything here, folks. You know, we only got names before. Now we actually have actual events that were going on. Remember, share this broadcast if you're having a good time, loving this new inside information. Do us a favor, give us a like, give us a subscribe, share this podcast with your friends or others who are interested in this subject, because we've got a lot more stuff to go through here, my friends. So, again, from over the Pacific, it seems like there's a lot of stuff. Well, we've got a bunch of stuff here from the Pacific. Let's move on. A boomerang UAP observed by a pilot and sensor suite on United States government networks. There exists FLIR footage of a swept boomerang UAP maneuvering at an uncertain altitude and location off the east coast of a country. That's really definitive. The UAP is tracked against clouds by the sensor suite of the operating craft. The UAP is observed rapidly decelerating to a stationary hover, followed by the sudden emission of a sphere of light from the junction above the junction of the two wings, which expands to partially engulf the craft in a rotating sphere of light, at which the point of available footage ends. Oh, they stopped recording it. In other words, something so good happened that they had to pull it down. Let's move on to our next one we've got here, talking about, a jellyfish UAP crosses the U.S.-Mexico border.
We've covered that. The Customs and Border Patrol released that video, but
No,
we had the original video.
Mike, this is different.
Okay.
The one we saw before, I don't believe was on the U.S.-Mexico border for the jellyfish UAP. And if it was, people had come out. What was that woman who came out against Sarah Gam? Came out, and she said, yeah, the jellyfish UAP wasn't real, but apparently coming out of this database, it looks like it could be. Let's get into this one. A jellyfish, I think the jellyfish UAP sighting that we saw may have actually been a base within the Middle East, not U.S.-Mexico. But let's find out what kind of aliens we have by the U.S.-Mexico border that aren't from this world. On the United States governments, there exists FLIR footage of an irregularly shaped UAP flying across the southern border. They should welcome him in. The UAP appeared in FLIR to be modeled irregularly with hot and cold emissions and approximated a jellyfish or floating brain with hanging appendages in appearance. The UAP flew against the wind and no visible means of promotion maintained an with no visible means of propulsion. These words are getting ahead of me here. Maintained an unnatural rigidity in its movements, appearance, and behavior. Footage of this UAP violating the airspace of the southern border resembled the same class of UAPs observed near DoD facilities in Iraq, like I told you, Mike, and Afghanistan. There exists at least one compilation video of this class of UAP, sourced from the DoD Force Protection Assets and Theater ISR, which uses this footage as a point of comparison. Wow, we've got UAP coming across from the Middle East and crossing into the United States over the southern border. Who would have thought, Mike?
No, not at all, Thomas. You're right. This is interesting information.
Oh, heck yeah.
That we haven't had before. Oh, yeah.
Let's move on to the next one. This should be a favorite coming from Ryan Graves. Remember, he's the pilot who testified last year. We're talking about a Northcom supersonic range-fowler intercept with a U.S. Navy fighter. On the United States government, there exists FLIR footage and radar data of a supersonic UAP of uncertain characteristics conducting a head-on intercept of a U.S. Navy fighter operating off the eastern seaboard. Oh, it is like Ryan's. It's in the eastern seaboard. The UAP is observed emerging from the cloud bank at high speed and approaching the United States Navy aircraft head-on, rapidly passing over the side of the cockpit. Radar data from this approach tracks the UAP on its approach towards the craft, providing information on speed, heading, and elevation. Wow. Hello, Moose. Good to see that you're up on the side of the audience. Oh, here's a little boy. They're going to be going out for their morning walk. Come on, Moose. Let's move on. Elevation. Okay, the next one we've got coming up. What? Southcom Tic Tac detected by space asset in proximity of a vessel? Hold on. I need to take the dog up first.
So, Rick, what do you think about this information that's been released? Have you heard anything on your own with the group about this before it came out publicly from Schellenberger?
Yes, we knew about it back in September, but there wasn't anything released in this quantity.
Publicly.
Yeah, publicly.
Yeah. So the They classified this 12 pages as the public version, and there's a classified version. I'm assuming that would be the full 25-page report. And I'm sure that's what the group had originally had access to, the full report, right?
Yeah, actually, it's a summary. The 24 page is just a summary. Like here, this Immaculate Constellation have volumes. I've never had access to all of it, but it goes all the way back to the 70s. It was GR Longtree, and it had a couple different names. It was a collection of information and signal intelligence on UFOs. Back in those days, it was just UFOs. They didn't change the UAP. So imagery analysis, signal analysis, and it was all in the hands of the NRO back when I was briefed into it back in the 70s and 80s. So the NRO had, and as you know, NRO was pretty much a secret agency for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. They did not acknowledge publicly for a long time that the NRO even existed, from what we remember.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's where this has been buried the entire time. So continue with the document, Thomas.
All right. A Southcom Tic Tac detected by space asset in proximity of vessel. On United States government networks, there exists OPIR imagery and mass signals intelligence of Tic Tac UAP transiting through an area of the Atlantic Ocean. The Tic Tac maneuvers on an altitude at or near local cloud cover, and correlated electromagnetic signatures were collected by MassInt. In the available footage, the Tic Tac UAP transits rapidly through the field of regard as it transits the ocean. No observed reaction is... Let me get to the rest of this document. Here we go. Oh, this one's going to be a little crooked, but that's okay. Seen to come from the vessel, but its proximity in time and space to the trajectory of this UAP suggests foreknowledge of the UAP events by intelligence. So it sounds like the intelligence has an idea what is the regular path that these UAP follow. That's something I see here on a regular basis. I have UAPs that go across the sky right in front of my house on a regular basis, and it seems like it's a regular corridor. They continue to go down. So it sounds like the military is seeing the same thing from that side. Brian.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating. So they either know that they're taking these certain paths and they've got the equipment set up to read those paths and when they're traversing along those lines, or they could be detecting these things from space and they know the projected trajectory.
Potentially, yes.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I'd go on the first. They've seen it there before, and now they're going back and watching that spot and picking them up when they're going through that area. Let's move on. Defense Human Intelligence Reporting. Ooh. The United States government maintains a database of intelligently collected by military personnel across a plethora of topics, including UAP. These individual reports are considered raw because they have not undergone evaluation, corroboration, or contextualization into a finished analytical product by military intelligence analysts. Yeah, because they prevent this stuff from even getting to the military intelligence analysts in the first place. So they're getting the reports, they're skimming it off before it goes anywhere, and then pulling it into their domain. A significant volume of reports documenting first-hand encounters with UAP or unidentified flying objects by DoD personnel exists within this Defense Human Intelligence database. Many of these UAP reports are filed by military aviators and pilots, as well as service members trained in foreign military intelligence collection activities, and often include photographic evidence and sensor data. When aggregated, these reports reveal significant information on UAP. Bring up the next part. This section is directly informed by reviewing the over 400 defense human intelligence reports on encounters with UAP and UFOs by U.S. government personnel spanning from 1991 2022. So at least we have a number. There are over 400. It must be noted that this data set is not exhaustive. Other human intelligence data sources exist which are omitted from this analysis. This Defense Human Intelligence Database summarized here highlights notable trends in the reporting stream and are presented here along with specific examples. Let's get to it. All right. Here we're going to be talking about common UAP or UFO shapes observed in the Defense Human Intelligence Dataset. Let's move on. From 1991 to 2002, the most common UAP shapes reported within the USG dataset were spheres and orbs, discs, ovals or tic-tacs, triangles, boomerang/arrowhead, and irregular or organic. These triangle/boomerang/arrowhead shapes were by far the rarest and spheres the most common. Variations of morphology within these categories are present, i.e. smooth spheres and spheres with protuberances, saucers without domes and saucers with domes, smooth ovals and ovals with surface signatures, jellyfish or floating brains with appendages, and elongated triangles, as well as equilateral triangles. Interesting. Now, just for point of reference, I call it a boomerang shape, kind of. It was more of a chevron shape. UAP was recorded about 15 miles from here. It was invisible to the eye, didn't appear on radar. Most importantly, the only way you could see this craft as it tailed behind commercial airliners approaching Seattle Tacoma International Airport was to be able to see them with a camera that can see down to negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. They know how to evade humanity, very much so. Let's move on. Let's talk about the sphere or orb. Spheres were the most reported shape, with variations ranging from smooth, featureless orbs to spheres with visible openings and appendages. Wow. These objects' prevalence suggests a possible UAP standard and UAP design or function capable of high maneuverability and speed. The diversity within the sphere category, spanning from simple, polished appearances to more complex structures with appendages, suggests a broad range of purpose or technologies unique to the platform, mission, and or the originators, saying that, yeah, this is coming from a specific species of non-human intelligence that's here on our planet. Let's move on to our next one, talking about a disc or a saucer. Saucer-shaped UAPs, reported with and without domes, were the second most common shape reported. Flat saucers were reported as well, these being disc-like objects without pronounced domes. Now, it should be known that I have seen video, and it's out there, of a flying saucer with a dome. There were actually two of them that were picked up coming out of Red Rocks Canyon by Skywatcher Steve Brown out of Las Vegas. So yeah, they do exist, not only in the government, but also in recordings that have been made by enthusiasts trying to bring the truth forward. Traditional biconvex UAPs were also reported in the data. Let's move on. Our next one. Our favorite, the oval or tic-tac. Oval-shaped UAPs were frequently reported within the data set, and only after approximately 2003, these UAPs either maintained a uniform egg-like symmetry, occasionally tapered into a teardrop shape. Cylinders with convex ends, also known as tic-tacs, fell into this category. And occasionally features observed protuberances on the top or bottom of the otherwise uniform platform. Now, it should be known, one of the oldest UAP pictures that we have in the United States was actually taken by a photographer out of Manhattan, New York, who was out there shooting pictures for a postcard. And he has a really nice picture of a much longer cylinder-shaped craft that matches what has been said here. So yes, again, throughout the history of the United States, there has been a lot of coverage of these types of craft. Next, we're talking about triangles, were among the rarest UAPs reported in the data, but most of these sightings were equilateral triangles, occasionally with vertical stabilizers, visible on the top of the UAP. Elongated isosceles types were also reported, occasionally with the same vertical stabilizers observed on the equilateral type. Interesting. Let's move on. Boomerang or arrowhead. Boomerangs and arrowheads shaped UAPs were also among the rarest reported. The booming UAP exhibited bilateral symmetry with sweeping wings and a high aspect ratio. Arrowhead UAPs also showed bilateral symmetry but possessed tapered wings and a low aspect ratio, typically with highly swept leading edges. It almost sounds like the ones that were one of the first UAP sightings that happened here a long time ago, Mike, by Mount Rainier in Washington State.
I remember we were speaking about that. And it seems like the government is tracking identical objects. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Our last category here is irregular or organic. Irregularly shaped UAPs, those that defy simple geometric description, were among the rarest reported sightings. Shape-shifting UAP also appear in the data set, typically having a sphere or disc-like base from form which irregular geometries are seen to project. A floating brain or jellyfish UAP are present as well, characterized by a central mass from which multiple arms or spars hang downward. Finally, combined shapes were also observed, including cubes within spheres, ringed saucers, like the picture we saw coming out of the Yukon that was released by the Canadian government for what was potentially shot down a year ago in February, and various rectangular and cuboid forms. Wow. This just gets more interesting the further we get into it. Close my door here. All right. Wow. Who would have thought we'd get this information so fast? It's great to see Congress working along with it. Would you look at that? We have 380 people watching the show. If you're having a good time, friends, do us a favor. Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. We'll take one or the other. And if you're new, you haven't subscribed here on Disclosure tonight, well, you're here for a reason. Do us a favor. Hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you back as a regular on Disclosure tonight. All right, our next one. Let's see if I can get this to fit without it going off page. Yeah, we can fit it. I can always move it up if I need to. All right, next we're talking about common observables and characteristics of UAP UFO shapes observed in human intelligence data set. The size. Sizes range from small object to those several meters in diameter. The speed, capable of stationary hovering to rapid acceleration. Speeds surpassing conventional aircraft have been noted. Signatures often lack conventional signatures such as heat trails. Electromagnetic effects on military electronics have been reported. Next, colors varied with gray metallic, grayish blue, white to white yellow, and red, orange red being prevalent. Well, that's the color. Orange, red are the color of the orbs we get flying right in front of this house here. Surface details ranges from completely smooth and reflective to having visible protuberances, appendages, concavities, and openings. Next is we're getting down to behaviors, high maneuverability. Let me just get to this right here. Give me a second. There we go. Behaviors, high maneuverability, including abrupt direction changes and the ability to hover. Often observed to fly in complex geometrical formations and to operate in tandem. Our next is atmospheric phenomena. Occasional disturbances in cloud formations and heat wave contrails have been reported. Interesting, we thought these craft do not actually go ahead and put off heat signatures, but apparently it sounds like some do. Close observations, like with that one UAP report that we have, Mike, that was down in Chile many years ago. Remember that one where it put out that long bit of information, that long trail of stuff coming out of it?
Yeah, like contrails.
Yeah,
We were
kind of,
talking
yeah.
about that. Yeah.
Close observers report, okay, biological effects. Close observers report feelings of unease and electronic device malfunctions. Oh, wait, no, we got more. Okay, our next one is coming for the disc/saucer. Disc/saucer observables. Let's get into this. Size. Saucers generally range from a few meters to over 20 meters in diameter. Speed exhibits capabilities for both hovering and high-speed flight, often making sudden sprints. The signatures. Radar detection varies. Visual sightings are more common. Some reports include a hummingbird sound. Kind of a nice, that would be the noise of a hummingbird, although they do make a really big kind of a noise as well. I've got them outside my house all the time. So next, let's get into metallic. Silver or gray is common for colors, although some have been reported as emitting highlight or changing color. Next, we've got surface details. Let me go ahead. Remember, everybody, this is for our friends, the flying saucer. Variations include smooth, featureless surfaces to be surface to those with visible domes or segmented panels. Interesting. Behaviors. Sudden vertical ascents, hovering, and silent operation. Some reports indicate the ability to become invisible or blend into the sky. And our last part we're looking in here under flying saucers and discs is atmospheric phenomenon, visual disturbances such as shimmering air, or sudden fog formation. Because remember, there is a difference in the pressure potentially going around these objects, so they have the ability to create fog, a veil of fog that goes around them, especially when they come down near the ground. Let's move on to our next one. Next, we're going to talk about one you've heard a lot about, the oval/tic tac. Here we go. Remember, if anyone is just joining us a little bit late, we are currently going through the Immaculate Constellation documents that were submitted by Schellenberger. Still live? Yeah, we're still live. Sorry, I was getting some issues going on with Google. Nope, we're live. All right, let's move in the oval/tic tac. The size of a tic tac, typically from 6 to 40 meters. So, short one like a tic tac could be, 6 meters long. The bigger cigar-shaped ones could be like 40 meters long, maintaining proportional width and height. High-speed travel and instant acceleration have frequently been reported with no sonic boom. Visual identification often notes a lack of a contrail. The colors vary from white to silver. Surface details a uniformly smooth surface with occasional reports of protuberances that could be sensors, propulsion elements, weapons, or unknown technology. How about that? Let me move this up a little bit more. And behaviors. Observed ability to hover and then accelerate suddenly. Some encounters described of them maintaining stable positions despite high winds. There you go, Sean Kirkpatrick. Yes, records do exist of Tic Tacs, and they haven't been all deleted. So your statements about the United States government not having information about this, well, I could almost say it's a lie, but maybe you're paid to do that. So let's move on. Our next one we're getting into is talking about triangular. Let's move this one.
Question, Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Apparently, Tulsi Gabbard is the DNI director now. She's a new DNI director.
Oh, she is?
Gabbard.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, I think.
Great point. Thank you very much. Great to see where she's going to go. I'm sure she'll get great heads up of how the role needs to run from potentially the former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe, who was now heading up the CIA. Great to see they put Tulsi in a great place. Former Democrat, I wish she would have been the VP, tell you the truth, but someone who's really grounded and in the center, which is now apparently the right. But either way, let's move on. Talking about triangular craft. Size, medium to large size, ranging from F-16 to football field sized. Remember, there was a incident, I think Lou Elizondo talked about this before, Mike, where there was a triangle that surfaced next to a aircraft carrier on the east coast of the United States that it was as big as a football field?
Yeah, and it rose out of the water and then shot up and disappeared.
Yep, exactly.
Which is incredible. Right. So I think it's referencing, this report is referencing a similar incident to that.
Yeah. Capable of slow, precise movement as well as rapid acceleration to speeds beyond conventional aircraft. Signatures often report to emit a soft humming sound, kind of like what Mario Wood said, that may affect electronic devices within certain proximity. Colors, they are black or dark gray, sometimes with white lights at the corners and a central red light. Reports of twinkling stars across its surfaces. Must be some kind of sensors, I tell you. All right, let's get past here. I think there's actually more to triangular. I go on to the next page. Yeah, there is. Let me get to it right now. Here comes the rest of the information about triangular craft. Surface details. Some have been described with visible surface textures like panels or ridges and occasionally stabilizers. Behaviors, hovering is common, as is silent flight. The ability to suddenly vanish or accelerate rapidly is frequently reported. Triangular UAPs often emit focused beams of light. Toroidal light patterns are sometimes observed to emanate from a central point, very interesting, leading to rapid acceleration or disappearance. So they power up before they take off, and we can see it. Nice. Biological effects include long-term psychological effects, such as anxiety or insomnia, have been noted, alongside the feeling of being watched or shared awareness with the triangle UAP. Wow. We're all being watched. We know it's probably by the United States government. Hello, DOD. Hello, Susan Goff. Hello, friends. About time you share this information with us, don't you think? Let's get it out for everybody to see. Next, table 5 is we're going to talk about boomerang or arrowheads, for that matter. The size, wings can span and exceeded 30 meters, especially for boomerang-shaped UAPs. Arrowheads typically range from F-16 size to slightly larger. Interesting. Exhibits both gliding at low speeds and capacity for high-speed flight. Visual sightings often note slow, silent light profile. Colors are typically dark, blending with the night sky, though some reports include glowing edges or tips. Surface details include smooth surfaces and a notable aerodynamic design. The arrowhead types show more angular features. Behaviors known for silent operation and the ability to execute tight turns. They're also seen to emit a spherical ball of light from the center line, which partially envelops the UAP during maneuvers, causing electromagnetic interference with local technologies. Probably technologies, it sounds like, on the ground. All right, let's move on. Remember, that was the boomerang and arrowhead size. Remember now, this is a lot smaller than the purported Phoenix Lights. Here they're saying it's 30 meters in size, which is much, much smaller than anything that happened with the Phoenix Lights. But I digress. Let's move on the next one. Irregular or organic. I believe this is one of the final sections on this one. Let's get into it. Size, highly variable from small, compact forms to large, more sprawling structures. Movements range from slow drifting to rapid acceleration, often unpredictable. Signatures, some reports include unusual sounds or the absence of expected aerodynamic noise, along with electromagnetic effects, are common. Colors, often described with bioluminescent technologies or shifting colors, particularly for floating brain or jellyfish type. Oh, I had no idea the jellyfish were putting off bioluminescent colors. We're getting more details here. Again, you've heard it here first, my friends. Let's move on. Surface details. Descriptions vary widely from smooth, fluid-like surfaces to complex, articulated structures. Let's go on to our next page, I believe. That one was what we just had. All right, let's get into this one. Let's get to our next part where they're talking about behaviors. Demonstrates a wide variety range of behaviors from controlled maneuvering to erratic patterns of movement. Shape-shifting abilities have been reported. For biological effects, observations include physical sensations of warmth or cold, unexplained smells, such as ozone, and physiological distress. The floating brain jellyfish UAPs occasionally exhibit pattern luminescence or fluctuating lights or colors, typically only visible in the higher end of the electromagnetic spectrum. Thank you very much for that super chat, Andy, that just came in. Holy cow. Smashing the show. Give us a thumbs up, friends, if you're having a good time. Give us a thumbs up, and if you haven't subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. We do our best here to bring you the facts on UAP disclosure. Let's get into this. Atmospheric phenomena, again, sudden temperature drops, and the appearance of clouds have been reported. Again, there's a difference in the outside of the craft where there is a low pressure that surrounds the craft that actually goes ahead and provides the ability for these craft to go ahead and literally create clouds around them to hide. Wow, interesting. So let's get into our next section where we're talking of examples of defense human intelligence reports on UAP. Of course, it's from Schellenberger, Mike, because you know it's going to be a lot of pages of stuff for me to get through.
Of course, Thomas. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, yeah. Next, we're getting into close encounters by CVN flight deck personnel. Will be that civilian? I don't know.
CVN is for an aircraft carrier, Thomas.
Okay, there we go. While on active duty in the Pacific, flight deck personnel working night duty experienced a close encounter with a spherical UAP of medium to large size. On-duty flight deck crew observed a small orange-red sphere maneuvering at high altitude above the CVN. Shortly after the first observation, the UAP rapidly descended from high altitude to a position directly above the flight deck of the CVN, height approximately 100 to 200 yards. The UAP maintained altitude and matched speed underway with the CVN for an uncertain period. Observing personnel reported altered perceptions of time during the close encounter. I love it. Definitely from another, sounds like they're screwing with our time, space, time. Definitely a UAP. The UAP appeared to emit a soft orange-red light, which bizarrely did not illuminate the ocean or the flight deck of the CVN, despite the visual appearance of intense luminosity. The surface of the UAP was observed to be dynamic, rolling like the surface of the sun. You know, I think this is the case that happened on the East Coast. Was that with the USS Russell? And this was actually covered by Dave Beatty in the past. We've covered this. I know about this report. I know we've covered it. They even had anti-UAP technology on the front of the boats, but it had no effect on the craft. Let's get into this. The surface of the UAP was observed to be dynamic, rolling like the surface of the sun, like plasma. The UAP took no reported actions during the encounter, only maintaining a close proximity to the CVN. After an uncertain period, the UAP suddenly shot into the air, disappearing at a point high above the CVN. Observing personnel felt as if they were snapped out of a trance and a sense of profound unease. The incident concludes with noting that the CVN had not responded in any way that was perceived as a hostile interception by the UAP. Coming to us from a former Navy person who was on the East Coast, who may have experienced some of this stuff. Corporal Abe 3, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say I have a very similar incident that happened on my carrier, similar to the story that you're talking about right now. And the person, Cool, that guy served with me on that same ship and also witnessed UFOs. So we've seen similar stuff that you're talking about.
Interesting.
Sorry, it's 3
No, not a
o'clock
problem. Well, let's have another follow-up show where we talk about this if you'd be interested.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick Doty, you have your hand up, my friend.
Yes, sir, Thomas. CVN is a nuclear aircraft carrier. It's a hull number, but it means it's a nuclear aircraft carrier.
Thank you very much for that insight, my friend. Your insight is priceless. Thank you for being here. Let's move on. Metallic orb intercepts F-22 on continental United States air surveillance and control mission. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted that multiple metallic orbs, slightly smaller than a sedan, hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAP, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated high speed towards the F-22, saying, "You're getting too close," which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAP. The F-22, and honestly, us putting a radar lock on these could be seen as something that's going after its hostile intent coming from us, the humans, because when we put a radar lock on something, Rick, isn't that because we're getting ready to shoot something at it?
Yes, absolutely. Exactly what it means.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Roger, for that wonderful super chat saying, "Go Team Fessler," and thank you for your great work. Thank you very much for being a part of today's broadcast, Roger. Appreciate you being here. Let's move on. Thank you for subscribing to Disclosure tonight. Let's move on. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. One UAP maneuvered in proximity greater than 12 meters to the area directly starboard of the cockpit. There, the UAP established a rigid spatial relationship with the F-22, meaning it was locked in step. So the F-22 took a dive down, the UAP went right with it, matching it. And I'd say closer than inch by inch. Started the cockpit where the UAP established a rigid spatial relationship with the F-22, maintaining its exact position and orientation parallel with the F-22 cockpit, despite multiple evasive rolls and maneuvers. Rick, that's like, hello, we're here. Look out your window. We ain't moving. You can try and get away from us, but good luck.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Surrounded by presumed hostile UAPs, the F-22 was forced out of the mission area under escort of the UAP formation. They're saying, no, we've got stuff going on in here. We don't want you here. Let's show you the door and move along. It's not like they tried to take us down. They just kind of got us out of the way for whatever they were doing. Let's move on. Our next one we're coming up to. All right, next one we're getting into. Thank you, Moose, for doing that. Next one is we're talking about perimeter of sensitive facility breached by UAP at a military airfield located on the eastern seaboard. Ground personnel reported a lengthy, low-altitude intrusion late at night by a small spherical UAP. Amazing that they're not calling these drones at this point. The UAP displayed visual signature management, appearing as a blurry sphere. We're almost there. We go. Moose, around which light was distorted or bent, which sounds really like this is very similar to the sphere that was seen in the Aguadilla, Puerto Rico incident, which had a similar way to bend light around it. This effect emanated outward from the central sphere, giving the appearance of a heat haze or misty volume of distorted light. Ground personnel reported eye strain, headaches, and a feeling of unease or dread while observing this dark sphere. Yes, screwing with our consciousness is more like it, my friend. The UAP was first observed while slowly crossing the runway, moving in the direction of a sensitive area. Once across, the UAP hovered above a grouping of ground equipment before floating further towards a building within the sensitive area. The UAP then floated the building before suddenly disappearing. Ground personnel were uncertain of the length of the encounter, but estimated their observation lasted between 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, we heard about this earlier, that the UAP, Rick, are performing signals intelligence on our bases, on our ships. They want to know what we've got going on, and they're not afraid to get close, to get the sensor readings they want.
That's true. Admiral Claudette mentioned this incident, I believe. And these UAPs defy radar and can also affect our aircraft avionics.
Right.
And which is extremely dangerous for flight operations.
Interesting. Yeah, it sounds like it. Well, you know, doctor, if I do this, it hurts. Well, don't do it. In other words, don't get too close to this stuff because we know you could potentially get hurt. So let's move forward on to the next one. Section 4, DOD, bureaucratic records. Gotta love bureaucrats. Discrepancies found throughout the internal records of ARO and the DOD interactions with Congress cast serious doubts on the integrity of the DOD's statements to the elected leaders of the United States government. Extant transcripts held by the DOD leadership now show a pattern of trivialization, obfuscation, and the outright denial of UAP data in what were intended to be highly classified, private, and transparent conversations with appropriate Congress members. This same behavior was also prevalent. This type of same behavior also prevents critical members of Congress from receiving an accurate assessment on the national security risks posed by UAPs. So they're definitely trying, the DOD is working to keep this information out of Congress, who's supposed to be overseeing it. Man, Rick, this has got to be some kind of laws that have been broken here.
Many laws are being broken by the DOD and hiding this information from Congress, which has an oversight responsibility, and the DOD is denying the Congress from doing their job in the oversight area, right. And not even counting the disinformation that the DOD and the intelligence community is spreading to discredit people like Lou and others who have come forth and to talk about this subject.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for that insight. Let's see if I can get this to turn on, just so as people as are joining us here, I can go ahead and have this and bring up here so people can understand what they're joining us for. Let me go ahead and hide that really quick and bring that down a little bit more. Okay, let's get into this. Here we go. Exposed by UAPs. Let me move on to our next one here. Specific examples known to the author include denying the existence of multiple compartmental access programs, CAPs, owned by a military intelligence agency, which directly relate to the UAP mission. Next, denying the existence of a joint DOD interdepartment special access programs directly related to the UAP mission and to the study of the TUO. And finally, the denial of the existence of Immaculate Constellation. Oh, imminent constellation. Let me fix this. Immaculate Constellation by DOD representatives to the appropriate congressional and members of their staff. So, yeah, the DOD is playing hide the salami, and they're trying to do everything to get people confused on what they should or shouldn't be hearing to, and running interference and campaigns of misinformation and disinformation against the members of Congress and, of course, the public. Let's move on. Separately, additional internal records confirm the claims of Mr. Lou Elizondo regarding the ATIP and OSAP's mission activities and findings. Additional documents support the exceptional character and credibility of Mr. Elizondo. These non-public documents include letters of commendation, service award nominations, performance promotion reviews, archived email chains, and ATIP OSAP program briefings, which directly corroborate the public statements by Mr. Elizondo. Yes, the DOD, again, is playing dirty pool with Lou on this one. These records also provide additional insight into the activities of ATIP and OSAP, the evolution of the program's findings, and its interactions with senior DOD leadership. Finally, these records provide insight into highly classified and suppressed areas of scientific research and technology development derived from the study and exploitation of UAP and NHI technologies. Well, all I have to say is to John Greenwald, who is a staunch, I don't know if you want to call it, person who goes against what Lou Elizondo says in many ways, read it and weep. Let's move on. Our next section we're getting into is restricted United States government historical records. So again, historical information that our government is doing what it can to keep the public from knowing the truth and what is actually going on. Let's move on. G/00/162-78. This serial number corresponds to official NSA report publications in 1978. The existence and content of this report was verified by assessing the appropriate intelligence archives. The substance of the report concerns scientific research in the Soviet Union and on the topics of parapsychology, PSI, and biological effects of UAP on human beings. Additionally, the existence of this reporting stream demonstrates that the U.S. intelligence was explicitly tasked to collect on foreign entities active in the areas often relegated to the fringes of scientific research, including parapsychology and biological effects of encounters with UAP. Nick, you have your hand up?
Yes, apparently Matt Gaetz is the new AG now. Apparently the new AG, Matt Gaetz. It's pretty crazy.
Interesting. Things are shaping up. Thanks for that update of a lot of new people getting appointed in for disclosure. And Matt Gaetz, I believe, isn't Matt Gaetz, Mike, also a staunch supporter of disclosure and staunchly in support of disclosure?
Well, he was the one, if you remember, that was pushing for the Permanent Select UAP Committee because he also wanted to chair it. So, yeah, he's an advocate, but, that took a turn for the worse, didn't go according to plan.
Well, we'll see let's see what he can do potentially as the Attorney General going against the DOD and other places that are trying to cover this up, although I think his hands are going to be busy with a lot of other criminal actions that our current administration has been involved in.
Exactly.
Let's figure it out.
It's going to be interesting. Yep.
Yeah. The fact that, next page, partial screenshot, here we go. Significant intelligence resources were dedicated to understanding and exploiting information related to UAPs and NHIs, highlights a strategic commitment to understanding the full scope of UAP, NHI, and TUO. I missed, anyone remember what TUO stands for? I don't. We'll get to that one. These and other classified accounts provide a rare glimpse, reveal to the contours of a secretive, decades-long competition between major terrestrial powers to collect, exploit, and field novel technologies derived from the study of UAP and NHI. Now, Mike, this is one of the things that people like Lou Elizondo and other people have been concerned on, that they don't want to potentially expose any DoD programs that may have gone and been using reverse engineering technologies that may be in use by our armed forces today. And if it is, I say bring out the truth.
Oh, I agree. I'm with you 100% on that. I'm sure so is Rick. The truth needs to come out.
Oh, 100% it does, Mike. 100%. Let's move on into signals intelligence. Signals intelligence, a substantial body of sensitive signals intelligence collected from peer and near-peer countries demonstrate foreign awareness of UAP events occurring over their sensitive military and intelligence facilities. Now, remember, folks, UAPs are not just, a United States problem. This is something that goes on all around the United States on a regular basis. Give me one. I have to fix one thing here. There we go. That can go there. Bring this up. Okay. Let's move forward. Oh, stop it. All right, here we go. Let's move on. Including nuclear weapons facilities, due to the exceptionally sensitive nature of the source and methods involved. Only general conclusions are provided here. Next, foreign countries are known to have observed UAPs whose signatures and behaviors correlate to those observed by the United States. Something that our, what do you call it? Something that's been noted many times by the Space Force. These UAP events are treated by the security apparatuses of each state as a serious national security threats due to UAP in proximity to sensitive military and intelligence facilities. So they want to know what we're up to. These facilities are most often associated with aerospace defense, strategic deterrence, meaning nuclear weapons, and military-sponsored scientific research and development. Gee, I wonder what they're researching and trying to create that has the UAP that interested. Well, usually it's something to do with nuclears. In this case, it may be to do to something with reverse engineering. On multiple occasions, each of these nations have attempted to intercept and shoot down UAPs violating their territorial airspace and the airspace over sensitive facilities. Foreign countries have internal organizations dedicated to studying the ambiguous threats posed by UAPs, deducing scientific principles through observing UAP and the careful management of public perceptions to UAP itself. Let me see, there's something I have to do here. Let me see if there's any filters on this. There we go. That's the way it should be. Got rid of it. All right, let's move on a little bit further, see where we're going to go next. Next is sensitive sources from mouth to ear. In conclusion, it looks like the official disclosure of the existence of non-human intelligence NHIs and their presence on Earth is a pivotal moment in human history. The nature of this information is such an incomparable relevance to the public that it demands to be shared. Some may object and say that the disclosure at this time poses too many risks. To them, it must be said that we will never be able to predict how individuals, families, communities, that was Moose, and nations will react to revelations of such magnitude. Moving forward, we must guard against the lure of authoritarian solutions justified by expediency and appeals to national security. The good of humanity will always triumph through time, and it is in these moments of crisis that our capabilities for achieving the extraordinary effort are discovered. Be not afraid. And that is the end of the documents from Immaculate Constellation that were just released by Michael Schellenberger. Although I believe he did put out 12 pages, what we've gone through here is definitely not the full 12 pages that were given to Congress, but it's a good sampling of the data, Mike.
It's a good sampling is right, but there is a lot of key details and at least more than half of the information in that report that we're not seeing.
Oh, yeah.
So
but,
you're right.
We've gotten more detail out of this UAP hearing with this release from Schellenberger, I hate to say, than we've gotten to date from the government about UAP. That would take this hearing and put it to the top of hearings that have had major accomplishments or major impact of information being released or actually coming out in this part unofficially, but I'll take unofficial information under the sorry, we can't give you anything because it's an issue of national security.
Oh, we run into that the entire time during this hearing. I could neither confirm nor deny. I could speak in a closed setting, in a skiff. I can't answer this or I won't answer this. Yeah, national security seems to prevent any information from moving forward, which is what everybody's frustrated about. We're getting it even from the people that are trying to advocate for public disclosure.
Yeah. So
so it doesn't make it easy.
So this information coming out now is pivotal because we have that new Trump administration getting ready to come in, and all the people who are going to be in top posts within the cabinet are apparently all look like people who are pro-disclosure.
Yeah, they're all going to be in key positions of power, which is what's been going on for many, many decades with people that had an opposite position of that against
Bingo.
disclosure.
Exactly.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. So there is a possibility, if all things go according to plan, that for the very first time, we may get some actual public disclosure.
Yeah. Coming
with
from
the
the
new
executive
administration.
branch where all of this has been tied up forever and covered up for the longest time. It's not a DOD cover-up. It's not the DOD that's been organizing the cover-up. It's coming from the office of the President of the United States. Come on, Joe Biden. You've got a chance. You're in office until January. Give us the information now. There are a ton of people on both sides of the aisle that would love to have that disclosure coming to you. I mean, he could actually trump Trump right now by releasing the information before anybody else.
Yeah, you're right. He has nothing to lose, everything to gain. He'd go down in the history books for this. He should just blow it all wide open.
I agree. I agree
right.
more than anything on that. Rick Doty, you have your hand up, my friend.
Yeah, Thomas, what a great show you did today, and airing this hearing. Very informative, and that document that we just went over was very informative, and I think that's going to help a lot of people understand some of the integral workings of the government.
Yeah,
and I really appreciate your show. I got to go to teach, so I just want to say goodbye and thanks again for having me in the back, and a great show. Show.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Good seeing you, Rick.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Wow. What a great broadcast. You know, we've had more people on watching the show after the hearing ended since we've been covering this document. And it's been great to have so many new people to the broadcast. Remember, if you haven't given us a subscribe yet, do us a favor, hit that button. We'd love to have you here as a regular in Disclosure Tonight. It's the only way we can grow our audience is from people like you. More importantly, if you haven't given us a thumbs up, give us a thumbs up. And if you hadn't had a good time, give us a thumbs down. But if you're going to do that, tell us in the comments below what we can do to help you get there. Remember, at Disclosure Tonight, we're really serious today. A lot of times, we're not so serious about being serious because, you know, this is something sometimes you have to laugh along with and joke around with because it's a very serious topic that sometimes it deserves a little bit of funnery to go along with it. Eh, Mike?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, you have to keep your sense of humor. Otherwise, you'll go stark raving nuts in dealing with this level of cover-up and corruption.
Yeah.
So it's always good to laugh.
Yeah. Oh, I do want to do a special hi really quick if I can to Trisket, one of our regular viewers here on Disclosure Tonight. Let's see if I can find where in the hell did I do that now? Desktop document. This is I believe Jan McLaughlin's dog, Trisket. I see Trisket in the feed every single day on Twitter. Thank you for sharing Trisket with us on a regular basis. Plus, I'm a dog lover, as you know, so I just saw that in my feed. I had to go ahead and share it with everybody. Sometimes you just gotta report on what you see. So what else we've got going on here? We got some more behind the scenes little video clips that are coming up from the hearing earlier today. Let's take a look on this one here. Thomas document. Here we go. Let's go ahead and show this. I believe this is document 3. Let's get to this one here. This is looks like Schellenberger along with, is that Jesse Michaels? I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Just look.
Correct. He's there.
Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah, that's just a little bit echoey. One of the things that was brought up today is hopefully each one of the people who are on this panel had a lot of major news agencies lined up, ready to go ahead and take statements and interview them. Fingers crossed we see this popping up on national media. Let me see if there's anything else going on here. Yeah, just a lot of small things happening here, Mike. It's a busy day to say the least. And there's just a lot of recaps of people with footage and little clips of the hearing that we covered in detail.
Oh, fully and completely. Yeah, from top to bottom. We covered the hearing, we went over the testimony, and we went over the Immaculate Constellation report that was released into Congress.
Yeah. Hey, Laura, do you remember who got called babe today? I know someone at the end of the hearing was called babe by Nancy Mace. No one remembers. Oh, well. It's a fun little part of the conversation, everything that happened here today. Mike, I think we've about covered everything there is going on here. I haven't checked with the audience and everything. It looks like Michael Sokoloff, welcome to the broadcast. You have your hand up, my friend.
Yeah, I believe it was the last speaker, Oogles. She said, "Come on up, babe," or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Andy Oogles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who it was. Thanks for the reminder on that one, my friend. That was a moment, and I know the chat picked up on that one, so everyone enjoyed that a lot. Wow, what a great day. What a great show. What unexpected documents coming out after it. I think this hearing went a lot better than it ever could have gone. I want to thank everybody for coming out today. What a great show. What a great time to hang out with friends. Mike, is there anything we haven't covered yet?
No, I think we're good. We're running on 5 hours that we've been live covering this and going over the information. So that's interesting. Been a hell of a expanded show for everybody.
You better believe it, my friends. And well, I'll bring this to the wrap. First of all, I want to go ahead and thank all the people that have been in our audience. More importantly, our friends who have been in the chat. Who am I talking about? Let me see who's out in the chat right now. Let me see if I can get this. Is still going to work for me. First of all, I want to thank people for your super chats tonight. Go ahead and keep the lights on here at Disclosure Tonight. Every dollar that comes into Disclosure Tonight goes back into our production fund. Coming out of that, I want to thank Eric Roth. Let me get to the bottom. Here, go to the bottom first. Eric Roth and the Gurus. Tets. Matthew Nissow. Lord Sub-Zero. Tony D. Sang Boom. Necessary Dialogue. Tony D again. Yellow Tommy Tanker, also known as Andy, and Roger. More importantly, I want to thank our friends who have been part of the chat and the show tonight, who are also our subscribers. Who am I talking about? Let's go ahead and thank AK, Clear Glass Studios, Jake Legalia, Jason Brown, JCat, Jeff Willis, 80, Julie Farrell's here. Good to see you, Julie. Long time no see. King Bull's around along with Marcus Mandel, Mississippi Martian, Mr. Catfish 2100, Peggy and her South Florida friends, Shelly Montgomery, Shermanator Osborne, Tony D, Twiggy, 2Ed666, Yankee, and Yellow Tommy Tanker, also known as Andy. And that gets us back to thanking the people who have been in the back conversation today for bringing things forward. Brian Pemble, thanks for being here today, my friend.
Absolutely. This is a real fun show, and I really appreciate all your work, Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Corporal Abe 3, welcome. Thanks for coming in today. Michael Sokoloff, thanks for being here, my friend.
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you. None of your business. Appreciate the question today.
No worries. Great show. Absolutely fantastic show.
Thank you. And it's real early there in the morning now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 8:48
a.m.
7:48. Sorry.
a.m. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming in here today. Next, I also want to thank Tia for your question today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Thomas. It's my pleasure.
Absolutely. And that takes us back to Mike, Disclosure. What a great show. What a great time to hang out with friends and talk about Disclosure. I think our audience really loved it today.
Oh, I think they were informed. I think they were entertained. And I think they got a lot of new information that hasn't been public before. So, yeah, hell of a conversation. Yeah. It was fun. It was a great show. It didn't feel like 5 hours that we were on the air live. It went quickly.
Yeah, of course. It always goes quickly when I'm reading.
Yeah. Or when we're having fun.
Oh, you better
having a
believe
good
it, my
conversation.
friends. Absolutely.
No, I know.
Yeah. Well, as we usually say at the end of every episode of Disclosure tonight, eyes open, no fear, be safe, everyone, but
go back to Party City where you belong.
Absolutely. We'll catch you on the flip side. Thanks for coming out, everybody. We'll see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.